Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. We had a good day yesterday with our chats about the different things. And towards the end of the day, we started talking about transforming just a normal salt bath into kind of a deeper healing kind of salt bath. And we kind of were leading up to doing like more advanced kinds of work with utilizing a salt bath. And really what we're leaning towards is moving between focus and awareness. And a lot of times when we're trying to heal something, we're a little bit more in the focus part, we're a little bit more in the awareness part, but the movement back and forth between focus and awareness, um, you could say, helps to bring in a kind of healing energy, like a curative energy. And so what we were doing last night with the salt baths was kind of leading up to developing certain aspects. And first was we were working with two different oils, one that you inhale, and then as you let go, another one that's in the salt bath, or last night we were placing it on the chest. And then we kind of started doing some little other pieces. Today we're gonna still talk about like foot baths and oils to use internally and why and how and all of that. But I want to go a little bit deeper in the salt bath thing, because the salt bath is a way to do a healing without having to do a little protocol, like where you're following the centers and you're doing all this, where you can just sit, relax, unwind, and address something. And either you're stressed out, or you're not having a good day, or you're in the middle of a health issue that you just don't feel like doing any of that stuff. And so there's ways to address these things in a way that's still kind of passive, where you can let your body rest and relax. And so this is what I'd like you to do. We can go to the respiratory issues again and pick out a couple of oils. If you want to pick things from different kinds of salt baths, right now, I'm not so much concerned about which oil for what. I want to kind of teach you this like process. So if you feel drawn to pull out a couple of different oils, the ones that got the kit for this class, I would suggest like pulling out a couple of different kinds of eucalyptus, or do like a tea tree eucalyptus combination. But anything goes. So grab two oils. One is going to go on your chest. One is going to be a bottle that you hold up to your nose. And I'm going to guide you into a little bit stronger practice today. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're going to apply one of the oils to your chest, just a few drops, and either lay back in your chair or lay down on your bed or couch or wherever you're at. The goal here is like deeper levels of relaxation. So we didn't really coordinate what oils you're going to use or what we're going to address, but let's just practice with something that is specific to you. Think of an area of your body where there needs some sort of healing, a back, a knee, a shoulder, your lungs, your sinuses, your liver. Better to do something that you can kind of measure. So I would say like body issues, like joints, things like that, or like your breathing, your sinuses, things like that. Okay. So you're putting one oil on your chest. And now you're taking some long, slow, deep breaths with the second oil that you're holding up to your nose. Long, slow, deep breaths. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. You're not really focused on anything at this point. You're just inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil that you're holding up to your nose. Now pause and let go. Like you're moving your hand away from your nose. You're just relaxing and you're passively inhaling the oil that's on your chest. You're not really thinking of anything. You're just letting go. Wherever you feel tension in your body, you let it go a little bit deeper. Just keep relaxing into that tension. Relax your body wherever you feel tension. You're just relaxing. Okay. Now, whatever area of your body you want to heal, you're going to focus on it as you're doing the inhalation. So if it's your back, focus on your back. If it's your sinuses, your lungs, focus on that. If it's your knee, focus on that. Whatever it is, keep your awareness and your focus on that area as you take long, slow, deep breaths with the oil that you're holding up to your nose. Hmm? Still focused on that area. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, now let go of the inhalation and let go of your awareness on that part of the body. Not only you're letting go, you're wanting to check in with your body and just relax wherever you feel the tension. It might not correlate to where you are working. So if you feel something in your back, try to relax it. You feel it in your hips, relax it. Your legs, relax it. Wherever you feel something, your jaws, wherever you feel it, try to relax into that area. Just let your body sink into the chair or the couch or the bed or the floor, wherever you're laying or laying back on. Just let your body keep sinking in deeper and deeper into that. Again, focus on that body part now. The same thing that you're trying to address or heal. And begin inhaling with that bottle up to your nose. You're still inhaling. Let go of the inhalation. Let go of the focus. Just start checking in with your body and relaxing it wherever you feel tension. Search your body wherever you feel tension, relax. Just relax into that part of your body. Be sure to check in with your spine. You're relaxing into that spot as well. So in this piece, like keep relaxing, but in this piece where you go from focusing on the issue in your body and you're inhaling, that's setting a pattern. When you let go and you have that second oil on your chest and you're practicing awareness and you're checking in with your body and you're relaxing, this is where energy can come into that area to help facilitate a healing process. But also, this is where your body shifts into a deeper state of rest and repair. Awareness is tied to spiritual energy, divine energy, energy from the soul, physicalizing into the body. Without awareness, there's very little soul energy that physicalizes into the body. The soul energy is what is going to accelerate this healing process. So we're kind of doing these steps to practice each piece so that when you do it all at once, you kind of have it down. Okay, so we're going to do another round, but this time we're going to enhance the amount of energy coming into the body. Okay, so again, focus on that area, whatever that is. And then once you located that area and you focused on it, begin inhaling with the bottle that goes up to your nose. What parts of it are? You're still focusing on that part of the body. You're focusing and inhaling both at the same time. Then let go. You're letting go. You're letting go of the inhalation. You're letting go of your focus. Begin to relax your body. Now, put your awareness on your forehead, where the hairline is, and your back head at the same time. Your awareness is on the forehead and the back head at the same time. You have the oil on your chest that you're gently inhaling. And your awareness is nowhere else other than your forehead and your back head. Now, let the forehead and back head go. And again, check in with your body. Where is there tension? Relax that part of your body. You're relaxing your body. Put your awareness on the forehead and back head again. You're just relaxing. Yeah, you're not, you don't have anything up to your nose. You're just, awareness is on your forehead and back head again. Now, the best that you can with your awareness on your forehead and back head, check in with your body and try to relax your body at the same time. Let all of that go. Put that bottle back up to your nose. Begin inhaling. Focus on that area that you're wishing for healing. Wherever that is, your back, your shoulder, your sinuses, your lungs, your foot. If there's swelling in the legs, don't do the legs, do the kidneys. Hey, let it go. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. You're letting go of the inhalation, you're letting go of the focus. Your awareness is on the forehead and back head at the same time. With your awareness on the forehead and back head, just try to relax whatever part of your body where you feel tension. You might notice in this state, let's just stop and talk about this for a second. You might notice in this state, you're laying there, you're relaxing part of your body, and then pretty soon you're like, I haven't taken a breath in a little bit. It's been, maybe 30 seconds or a minute since I went, right? You're just breathing normal. But what's starting to happen is in doing this process like this, you're starting to access what they call the holy breath or the mystical breath. And it's a shifting from your parasympathetic activity, your vagus nerve, from being under control by like your physiology and your lower nature, and it shifts and becomes under the control of the mind. and cerebral spinal fluid mechanisms. And it doesn't last for long, but in this state, you start to reach a level of healing that is very accelerated from normal everyday healing. And you could say your mind and your body are getting along in that moment. You know, your mind and your body's not always seeing things eye to eye, so to speak, but in that moment, they are. Right. And so there's still one piece that when you go through and do this, you want to be able to release. And this is something that we were kind of leading up to with some of our Wednesday night practices. But so I'm going to run you through a cycle again. And remember, this is more about practicing the technique than it is about what oils are you using for this or for that. We're just practicing this technique. How we use it a little bit later, that will be dependent on what we're trying to address. Right. And for those of you who wish, with the Astara Sunday session today, we're going to do a version of this without oils. We're going to do it with some meditation and mantra. So this is what I'd like you to do. You have your bottle. If you need to refresh the oil on your chest, do that. What you got there? Oh, nice. And okay, so bottle to your chest, and you are focused on that area in your body that needs healing. So you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're still inhaling. Now, let it go. Let go of the focus on whatever body part. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Your forehead and back head at the same time. with your awareness on your forehead and back head. Just gently check in with your body. Wherever you feel tension, try to relax it while maintaining your awareness on the forehead and back head. You're just relaxing your body with your awareness on the forehead and back head. Yeah. Let go of your awareness on the body. Let go of your awareness on the forehead and back head. You're going to put your awareness on the perineum or perineum, however you'd like to say it, the floor of your pelvis, between the sex organ and the anus, the very bottom of the pelvis, the floor of the pelvis. Your awareness is just there. You're not trying to do anything other than just releasing whatever blockages are in your body back down into the earth. Okay. Move your awareness to the palms of your hands. Move your awareness to the soles of your feet. Bless you. Okay, there's a couple key pieces that we still need to practice, but I want to give you a little bit of a break, move your body around, check in, see how it feels. How does your thing?
It's still there, but I feel like I'm resting. Okay.
Yeah.
But just this is
It's
better. It's not
improvement.
as sharp. It's more,
It's changing.
yeah, it's changing.
Yeah. So let's take a little bit, share experiences and ask questions. We are going to do another round of this because there's a couple pieces I really want you to practice. Like if you get that down, it can amplify quite substantially. So there's a version of doing this in water, but there's also a version of same thing, but you would do it burying yourself in the earth and doing a process like this. And it's an old shamanic way of enough of that.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful morning. And this is awesome practice. I'm not going to say it's precognitive, but maybe it's because I've had the honor and privilege of being with Samantha and you and yes, Robert and Letty and the community now for like close to 3 years or somewhere in that vicinity. But when after the palms, I thought, oh, he's going to do the soles of the feet next. So there's just this split second of thinking, this is where he's going to go. And I'm not always right, but it feels good when I can think, this is where we're at. It is profound. These teachings are amazing and I'm loving it. And the reason I think I'm so high is because I've been using as the one to breathe is the alchemical cobalt. Oh my gosh. And yes, frankincense on my chest, but
How do you feel?
amazing. I am high. I'm giggly. I'm breathing.
How about the area that you are focusing on? Is it something that you did notice?
Definitely better. I'm having some lung and respiratory issues lately, and by the fact that I'm talking the way I'm talking, you get that I'm able to breathe enough to espouse these wonderful feelings of excitement and feeling like I'm being healed and just a positive all the way around. I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay, good.
It is very good. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
And go ahead, Laura, then Ralph.
Hi, this is a really interesting process. I'm releasing energy and just feeling energy. It's great. I'm curious.
That's the thing, like by going back and forth between the focusing and then awareness and then relaxing the body with your awareness on the forehead, that's the point where the energy comes in, and that's the point where the nervous system shifts. But that part where you're focusing on something, it's like you're getting your mind like on board, like we're going to heal this, like whatever this is, we're going to heal this. And it's not that your mind, like it's not that you don't want to heal this, but sometimes your mind goes, yeah, we'll heal this, but yeah, other people are going to take care of that, or other things are going to take care of that, when it really harmonizes the mind and the body component of it. And with the mind doing that, you're setting a pattern that then even during the day when you're doing stuff, energy will continue to go to that area.
Interesting, very interesting.
Yeah.
Is this written down anywhere?
No, but I'm going to write it down for you. We're going to break it up into recording, and it's like the way that I usually start. I was just going to touch on this weekend, and then we started doing it. I was like, why am I just touching on this? Let's just go full throttle.
And obviously we could listen to the recording and write it all down, but this
We're gonna
is-
do like
this
a
is-
teaching version where you can kind of practice it, and then we're just gonna do like the break of like, this is what it is, like, and you could just sit and play the recording and have it be like a thing that guides you through like your salt bath, or if you want to lay in the bed, like a little 20 or 30-minute thing that you can just play and do.
Well, I like both of those
Yeah.
ideas, and I need to, remembering which oils go with which is always an issue. So that this is
Right now, I would say let's just practice the technique, and then after that, we can start talking about combinations. Because it's a little bit different than how we would just think of a symptom, because you're playing with focus and awareness, you're driving energy to a spot, you're trying to shift the nervous system. So like the oils that you would use would be a little bit different than what you would normally think. Right now, just practice with what you think. But at some point, it gets a little bit more refined.
So if you started with, doing this when you had, I get the 20 to 30 minute for the longer focus, but would even doing it for a shorter amount of time?
Yeah.
To just
Oh, yeah.
build skill help?
Yeah. Yeah. Shorter or longer.
Okay.
I did a version of this where you would dig like a kind of a shallow hole and then cover yourself with dirt. And I was like, I'm gonna do this for 15 minutes. I think I did it for like 3 or 4 hours. Like I would fall asleep like hard, and I'd wake up and I'd do it again. And I was like, okay, after this, I'm gonna get up, and then I'd fall asleep hard. And doing it with the earth is a little bit different than doing it like on water or just like on laying on your bed, because you're mixing with like the energy of the earth, and the energy of the earth is much denser than the air like up here. And so it's if you think about like in the Bible and stuff, when somebody had a serious health issue, they would live and spend time down in a hole or a pit. And part of it is because they're absorbing a lot of earth energy. It's drawing a lot of negative energy out, and you're absorbing a lot of energy that makes you healthy. And so there's ways of doing it with the earth, there's ways of doing it with water, with air, and with fire.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's actually a practice from the Essenes. Back in the day, it was yeah. I'll teach you all 4. Like let's do one at a time, but I'll teach you all 4. I mean, as soon as you get the first one down, the other ones become very easy because it's just variations of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Ralph, then Dorothy.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, you, let's see, we were doing the oil on the chest and inhaling the bottle with our focus on an area.
Mhm.
Then we let go of the focus, and
Mhm.
then you went to forehead, backhead, and check in with the body.
Correct.
Are we still inhaling from the bottle at that point?
No. At that point, you're kind of going passive, so you let the bottle go, and that's what the oil on the chest is for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks.
Yeah, good question.
And go ahead, Dorothy, then Dawn Marie.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi. You said something that I didn't quite get, or at least what I heard was, if you're working on the legs,
Oh, if you're dealing with swelling in the legs, work on your kidneys, not your legs themselves.
and could you explain that?
Well, part of the puffiness in the legs is the kidneys aren't functioning properly. So you're not eliminating fluid quite like you should. So
Oh, well, and then the adrenals are right on top of the kidneys. So that's being worked with as well.
Yeah, you're not really focusing on the adrenals. You're just trying to focus on the kidneys to improve kidney function, to diminish the fluid retention in the legs.
Sometimes you get so low when you're talking. It's a bit of a challenge for me to understand it.
Okay.
I love you. And I'm glad I asked you about that.
Mhm.
I'm doing my knee is what I'm doing that
Okay.
I fell on. I've told you that.
Mhm.
And it's like when you mentioned Jaws, I had a really big release.
Oh, good.
But when I fell, I hit my head
Mhm.
first. My
Mhm.
jaw I hit, but I forgot about my jaw because
Right.
the other things were more,
More pressing. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And I'm really, really sore right here in my back neck and here.
Okay.
And that's part of this fall I had. I didn't realize it until I was doing this, but I hit my head first, and I'm thinking that this is connected to the whole thing. And my
Probably.
intention it was to do my whole left side because that's what it felt. I felt like I'd been beaten up by a man.
Mhm.
I haven't been beaten up by a man in this lifetime, but
Mhm.
that's what that whole thing felt like. I hit
So
this.
focus on particular areas, like we want to move past just like, oh, the intention is all this area, like really focus on a spot. Like, so even if it's like your neck and then my shoulder, like hit your neck first and then hit your shoulder and do another round on the shoulder. Because the goal is you're wanting to establish a pattern and in a way you're directing the energy that's coming in to that area. So the stronger the focus, and then when you release, the more flow into that area. It's like you're carving out a way for the energy to get to that spot, you know? And so by going through and doing that, you're allowing or facilitating more prana to go into that area where, like, when we form the intention, I mean, there's a time and a place to do that too. But like here, we're really wanting to focus it, like really like focus, like, okay, not just this area, but this spot right here really is like a bad spot, for example. You know, so yeah, you would do at some point the whole side, but really focus on that little spot where it's like, that's just a booger. Let's get that spot. And what you're doing is you're trying to unwind these blockages. And by doing that, then when you let go, energy and light rushes into that area. So wherever you focus, energy and light is going to go into that area.
When I woke up this morning, I had one spot that was really sore back here.
Mhm.
And then it's kind of radiated out since. Yeah. So
Good. Yeah. So keep working the different spots.
and what's going through my mind is the left side was what I hit, the injured.
Mhm.
And that's operated by the right side of the brain.
Mhm.
And a feminine energy or anyway, that's my intention, is to heal the cause and reason for the cause of that fall and the whole left side of my body. So, all right.
Good.
Thank you.
And then go ahead, Dawn Marie, then Brenda.
Hey, Dawn Marie.
Let's get you unmuted.
How's that?
Perfect.
Hey.
Okay. It's always good when you're just talking into the air instead of someone hearing you. So I wasn't able to finish up yesterday, so I'm glad I started early this morning with this. So yesterday, what I noticed was that after I shared, I was doing some things and a major rash broke out on my neck. And I'm thinking it's just from kind of residual from my physical therapy that I spoke about yesterday.
Mhm.
And being a highly sensitive, sometimes I forget. And it's kind of a delayed reaction for me.
Mhm.
Lived with this my whole life, but it is what it is. So anyway, so yes, the rash. So then this morning I was like, well, what do I focus on, the rash or the lungs? Because the back of the lungs are hurting. So then my mind got involved. So then I did my best to just let go of all of that and kind of let the body guide me. The oils, I mean, I chose the eucalyptus lemon that I have and frankincense for my chest.
Mhm.
And so, yes, practicing, I can see we're practicing this where awareness and focus, that's going to be really helpful. I appreciate the information about the reminder about that the energy rushes in when the block goes. And so for me, and one more thing, I really, really appreciate the offer to do the recording. I mean, I just started weeping from gratitude because that is really, really helpful for me to have that, just to have that.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier to have something where you can just like push play and then follow along. You're already doing too much, and it's new and it's a bit abstract, and you know it's not like you intuitively know like, oh, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. You know, you're kind of working this process, and so it's something that takes a
Right.
little bit of practice and like being guided through it. Like I've been doing it for years, and in the middle of it sometimes I space out and I forget where I'm at, I forget what I'm doing. You know, all those things happen, and so to have a recording of it, I think is helpful. And like right now we're not even talking about let's use this oil or that oil. We're just like pick out a couple oils that resonate with you and we'll practice. But later we'll even step up the game of let's use these oils when you're doing this process. And but for right now, like just getting the process down is, it takes some effort. Like it's not that it's hard, it's just you got to get used to it. You got to practice a couple of things. The biggest thing that probably is the thing to practice is with your awareness on the forehead and back head, and then at the same time relaxing your body. Because usually our attention goes to one or the other. So here you're kind of multitasking a little bit, and that one takes a little bit of practice. And so just being guided through that makes it so you can like turn off that other part of your brain. Because if you're trying to remember the process, you're not really able to engage that component, that piece, because that starts to be more of the focus part, and you're not allowing that to kind of flow like it should. Because really what you're doing is you're focusing your attention, and then you're just opening up the pipes for some energy to go flushing into that area. And the more that we kind of have our logical mind engaged when that's happening, the more it like reduces the amount of flow going into that area. So like a recording is perfect. Like you can just listen and kind of like let go.
Yes, and for me, and yes, I agree with all of that. And I've practiced many body awarenesses and such. It's the having the focus in certain areas like the forehead and the back head, and
Mhm.
and that has been my tendency. And I do just resonate with just a guidance. Like I can do my own meditation,
Mhm.
but I've been on my own so much of my life that just having that, just having another human voice is kind of really helpful
Oh, good.
in that deep way. So, yeah. And as far as what the results were, I'm starting to feel into those right now to see, just because there was so much going on. I
Yeah.
can feel a little bit of the intensity with the rash is dissipating, which is really helpful because there's really nothing more distracting than wanting to just take a hairbrush to your neck when you know that's not.
Yeah, I hear you.
Huh.
Right.
Go get that bottle of aloe gel that's in the refrigerator again. So yes, I'm really grateful that I came on today, and I will just
Good.
continue with. Thank you again for doing the recording. It'll be
You're so welcome.
really a deep.
And then go ahead, Brenda, then Deborah.
Hey, Brenda.
I have a quick report and a question.
Sure. fire away.
I used the eucalyptus on the chest and inhaled the tea tree
Uh-huh.
and was focused on the back of my head.
Okay.
Sensation. And when everything was going fine, when you asked us to focus on the front and the back at the same time without inhaling, just being with that. The first time, everything just relaxed more. The second time, I started having really sharp stabbing pain in the zygomatic process on the right side.
Okay.
And so sharp that it just automatically, my hand went up to it, touched it lightly, and by touching it, it softened and went away.
Right.
When I put my hand away, it would come back. And I wondered if I should shift my focus at that point.
Yeah, I probably would. I mean that could just be like jaw related stuff. Are you having any sinus issues?
Well, I did have a lot of sinus drainage with just this whole process that
Okay.
was.
Yeah, so that could be it. Sometimes there's a little neuralgia that can happen which is like an inflamed nerve that can happen with sinus issues. And did you ever have shingles? Did you ever have shingles at all?
No, I have not had shingles, but I felt like I was on the verge of having shingles at least
Okay.
once.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's a weird thing. Sometimes the cause of some nerve pains, we look at like, okay, is something compressed? Is something irritated? Is there, whatever? And occasionally there is a virus that's affecting the nerve. And it's not just up in the face and head. I've seen it actually. One person had it where it was like down the arm. And so, but usually there's a history of shingles, like there's some issue associated with that. And so that you're on the verge, I'd still just treat it straight up. And so I would probably, like when we go through and practice again, focus on your sinuses.
Okay.
I think that's probably a big thing. Sinuses and jaws can be related to that, because even like some of the deeper jaw muscles will contribute to having inflamed sinus passages, mucus production. And so it can be in the jaws. So I do the sinuses at one point, and I focus like deep, like where you can feel the jaws like hinge, like in front of the ear, but go like as deep as possible. And everybody has tension there, like everybody. There's nobody that is immune from that. And so unwinding that will shift the nervous system somewhat and will change the nature of the sinus passages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ache in the back of my head was more round, like a full moon. Now it's a half moon ache.
Okay.
But it feels very connected. It
Yeah,
lit
it
up.
could be. Yeah,
bigger.
could be. That's kind of why I was asking about the shingle thing, that you had some radiating thing. That's kind of shingle-ish, but it doesn't mean that that's what's happening. But it's like that's one where you got to go, well, maybe, because it's usually like a shingle thing is like it's like a hand over an area where it's just these like weird kind of neurological pains in an area. And
No,
so
connected. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah.
All right.
And go ahead, Deborah, and then there's some in chat too.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi, Greg. Hopefully this isn't a tangent. If it is, just address it another time. But so we focus on releasing out of like the feet. The feet are the whole area contact is dirty, and now the perineum. So as I was working on this process, it occurred to me my hands, even before you got to the palms, I was already focused on them.
Mhm.
And I was thinking, you know, releasing, we take in energy through or release energy through our palms, especially like pranic healing, that sort of thing. Do we release dirty stuff like we do when we wash our hands?
Yeah, part of when
But-
by the time we get to the hands and feet, it's not so much that you're releasing negative energy, but you're just, it's another way to absorb, like not even in the moment, but you're just like opening up the channels to continue to absorb energy, like from the earth, and just strengthen the body. And so, you know, the idea is like we're having this like healing session in the moment. The big release is coming out the perineum, you know. But when you get to the hands and feet, it's almost like you're training your hands and feet to keep this process going. Like as you get up and start moving around and doing whatever, you're drawing energy in that's like an earth prana that's coming into the hands and feet, that's strengthening the body and helping to resolve the physical issue.
So my thought was, and I'm having trouble explaining it, but that what you just said is helpful. You know, moving dirty energy out, it seems like a long way to go to remove it from your external fingers down through your feet. That is, do you ever release the dirty through your fingers rather than moving it through your body? Does that?
I'm not following what you're like. I'm
Okay.
kind of understand, but I'm not like in the process or.
Just in general, I think maybe, am I being too literal about the way energy moves?
So say it again, like you're wanting to know, does it come out the fingers?
Like if you had congestion in your limb and your arms, because you're, would it, does it have to move up your arm and through your body down and out?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Thank-
I would say that if you look at it from the point of view from meridian therapy, like what you're talking about, it's not so much about moving something so that it can release, you're just balancing things out. And so there's that level, and like how you're talking about like moving it up to move it out, it's just releasing through the health rays. And so your like the energy doesn't have to move up from the fingers up through the arm and everything, it just like disperses out, if that makes sense.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, does that make sense? I think that's
Yes.
what you were kind of saying. Okay, yeah,
Exactly. Thank you.
yeah, perfect.
Just a question, if you have had the shingles 2 to 3 times, does Greg have any suggestions?
Take antivirals. The one that I use is Melissa, but Monarda might work. Eucalyptus citrodora actually might work. You know, that would be topical. Melissa would be internal. Yeah. If there's like areas where there's pain, take a little bit of peppermint and just like put it on your fingertips and just kind of scrub it over the area. That could be very helpful. Peppermint's very good for the leftover pain from shingles. You know, when you're in the middle of shingles, you do other things, but like the leftover pain. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dawn Marie.
Hey, Don.
Hi, I wanted to just clarify something, just because I do, I do pranic healing and other things, just with the energy again with, releasing energy through the perineum,
Mhm.
for extended periods of time. And then there was that just to focus on the palms and focus on the feet.
Mhm.
So just that last conversation, I just want to be clear as far as this process goes, because, that's a whole nother realm to talk about releasing energy from here, there. And so with this particular process, the idea of focusing on the feet and then focusing on the palms, what is that process? Is that to,
You're
just-
increasing the potency of those minor centers to absorb energy from the environment.
okay, it's
Yeah.
not a release. I'm not going to release down into the earth. So that was
So
really
that's
helpful.
happening in the perineum.
Right. I got a little confused with that. So my mind was, what am I supposed to do with these? Well, I don't know. So just let go. And
You're already kind of wired to do this stuff. So if you just put your attention there, it will just kind of, you don't have to visualize anything, or it just will happen.
yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You still,
For antiviral for shingles, would bay laurel be applicable?
I don't think it will reduce the Ravensara might, but you're talking about after the fact, I guess, is what you're asking.
Just in general?
No, like the Melissa, Eucalyptus citrodora. Yeah. Yeah, there are not a lot of choices there. Yeah.
I have a strange headache that starts on my left occipital and moves up and over my head and behind my eye. I've never had shingles, but
That's your shoulder, like where your neck and shoulder come together, like work that area. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it is actually right at the base of the skull, but it's still, that's contributing.
they did add a little bit more, just I do notice that there is a point in my left ear that is tight and painful when I try to release it.
That's your neck. These two rope muscles on each side. I mean, you can focus on the ear, but I would actually focus on the neck itself.
You think it's SCM?
What's that?
You think it's the SCM?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is that you're the one that was saying? Yeah.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, hit your upper trapezius, hit your sternocleidomastoid, and you can still hit the base of the skull, but it's the interaction between the sternocleidomastoid and the trapezius.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been doing the three brains and then the thing for the vagus nerve. It seems to help a little bit, but I will definitely
With all
add
your
the-
neck stuff, you just gotta unwind the neck a little bit more. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Greg.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't get to unmute quick enough. I apologize. I was asking about the shingles. I've had them come twice and it has been over moves, and yesterday was very, very challenging. So would you want me to take the Melissa internally? Because I do have Melissa and I do have the.
Yeah, I would take the
eucalyptus
Melissa internally. Like that's a very good antiviral. It's like things that are good for the shingles virus and viruses in that family are things that are antiviral but also have like a little bit of a lemony scent. And so Melissa is probably your best bet. Eucalyptus citrodora is it will work. It takes a little bit longer. Like you could rub it on the area. Like if it's during the onset, usually what I have people do is do relatively big dosages of L-lysine and then rub neem on the area. And that will clear up the shingles actually quite quickly. The neem stinks, man, it stinks, but it works.
Greg, are you saying NEEM? You know, neem,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
type?
yeah,
And
yeah,
it's like a liquid and you just rub it on
yeah, it's
straight?
like it's a herb and a massage oil, and you know, but it's you know, we have some, but I don't even put it on the site. Like it's just, yeah, you can go into any health food store and pick it up, but it's stinky.
And maybe also unwind the neck and shoulder just a little bit, possibly.
That and like Ravensara is helpful somewhat during an outbreak, but post you kind of want to keep the virus like calmed down, and the Eucalyptus citrodora and the Melissa are very good for that. Like very good for that. Yeah.
I have both, and I just kind of want to head it off before it.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, before
When you have it, it's miserable.
This would be a fourth time, but it's over many, many years, you know, so.
Yeah. But still, it just shows that there's an active and a passive phase that happens, and the more you can just keep it in that passive phase, you know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I hear you there. I've only had small bouts with it twice, and it sucked.
Yeah.
Like, it really, man, it is not pleasant. So
Thank you.
I like when I do the neem, like I have a neem t-shirt, like it's like this is the t-shirt because it's gonna smell like neem no matter what.
Oh,
So I get some old t-shirt and like, you know, I put it on because you know you're gonna get it on things. And so yeah.
very smelly. Okay.
But if you even when you think you're starting to have an outbreak, if you just start hitting the L-lysine, a lot of times that will knock it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Like and if you want to just do prevention, just take like a couple capsules a day. But like when I think I'm starting to have an outbreak, I take like 3 capsules probably 2 or 3 times a day. You know, just until it calms down. And then when it calms down, I go back to a maintenance dosage.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And I think that I will start it today before the day's over. Thank you very much.
I buy the L-lysine in the big bottles, like, you know what I mean? Like I always want that around, because if it starts to flare up, it always seems to flare up when I'm traveling. I don't know why. It must just be the stresses of travel. But like I'll be fine, and all of a sudden I can feel like, okay, here it comes.
Yeah, I know. It's that little burning nerve thing first.
Yeah.
Which
I get a little bit of like the, you know, you can get like not the shingles, but you can have the leftover pain. And I get it like a little bit on the side of my head and down in my jaw from time to time. And I'll just take peppermint, rub it in my fingers, and just kind of like, you know, rub the scalp in that area, and it will knock it out.
Oh, great reminder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're
I
so
appreciate
Yeah, go ahead, Dorothy.
Yeah, Dorothy.
What about the shots for shingles? I've had,
I have no reference for it. I know that there's shots, but I haven't gotten.
yeah, well, a long time ago, I had the first one, and it said 50% effective. And then they have a new one out that's 2 shots. I've had both of those, but I had something that I thought was shingles, but it wasn't a big deal like people say it is. So I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
I was just wondering if you just don't take shots, right?
You know, I didn't really think that I needed it, or I didn't really think about it until I had shingles, and then, you know, I had already crossed that bridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And just to make, someone's asking clarifying questions. So the Melissa internal or external, the eucalyptus internal or external?
Eucalyptus external, Melissa internal.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dawn Marie.
Hey, Dawn Marie.
Hi, I just realized I had made a note. So, back to the rash. So, I am feeling a little bit better, but do you have anything? Because I'm sensing that it's just lymphatic and a lot of things got activated with this pelvic health physical therapy. So in general, I mean,
I
there's no
would
single
probably
thing.
start by putting a little bit of spikenard on it. Spikenard is very balancing to the skin. It's very soothing if there's agitation. Sometimes a rash is digestive, sometimes it's respiratory, sometimes it's just an emergency, like you said, trying to
Right.
get something out of the system because the lymphatic system is detoxing or overwhelmed. So
Right.
we just want to calm down and regulate that area. So spikenard would be the first thing I would try.
Now, I have a spray of spikenard that my dear friend Andreas had sent me, and I just ordered some because I didn't have any. Is there anyone else that tends to have it? Because I did spray some of that on last night, and it seemed to have the opposite effect. I don't know if I'm just, the one-off weird person in the world, but that could be. But rather
That could have
than
been the
putting-
alcohol. Yeah, that could have been the alcohol, actually.
Okay,
Yeah,
that was it.
yeah.
So, so then it would be more when I do get the spikenard that I ordered to use that with oil.
Yeah, I'd probably just put like a couple of drops of spikenard in your hand with like maybe just a little tiny bit of lotion and then rub it together and then rub it on the spot.
Okay, with
I would put spikenard on by itself, but that it's already irritated, I'd try it maybe with just a little bit of lotion or a little bit of aloe vera or something, just to kind of hold
Okay.
it in that area. But yeah, that's what I would do.
I'll do that. I'll put because I have a lot of aloe vera that's in the fridge.
Perfect.
So
Yeah.
until that, I just didn't know why I was reacting in that way to that. So, okay, so I'll use that and use lotion, not oil, if I'm going to use something
Mhm.
rather than directly on. Okay.
Just
thank
because you have
so
a little
much.
bit of a sensitivity, just
Yeah.
to make sure. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
you bet.
All right, I think that's good questions, guys.
Okay, so we still have a little bit of time before lunch, so let's practice again. So again, whatever you want to apply to the chest. And like Dawn Marie was saying, she has a little bit of sensitivity. So if you want to put like a little tiny bit of lotion or massage oil in with the oil and then rub it on the chest, it also would extend the scent a little bit. And then have the oil that you're going to inhale holding the bottle to your nose. Okay, and either lay back in a chair or lay maybe flat on the bed or a couch or blanket on the floor, whatever is comfortable for you. And before we start inhaling, just lay there, let your body relax and feel the scent coming up off of your chest. Okay. And now focus on the area that you'd like to address. You're really focusing as specifically as you can. And with your awareness and your focus on this area, begin inhaling the oil that you have in the bottle that you're holding up to your nose. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're staying focused on that part of your body. And then let go of the inhalation, let go of your focus. You're moving your awareness up to the forehead and back head at the same time. Your awareness is on your forehead and your back head. And with your awareness on your forehead and back head, check in with your body, and wherever there's tension, just try to relax that part of your body. If it's the spine, relax the spine. If it's the jaw, relax your jaw. You're just practicing awareness with forehead and back head and relaxing the body. You're relaxing whatever part of your body. Okay, we're going to go back to focusing on that part of the body, and you're taking some long, slow, deep breaths. You're focused on your area. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with the bottle up to your nose. Mm. And then just let go. You let go of everything. The inhalation with the bottle, your focus, your awareness is just on the forehead and back head at the same time. Hmm. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You're relaxing your body. Just keep relaxing your body. Your awareness is on the floor of the pelvis, the perineum or perineum, floor of the pelvis. You're not visualizing anything. Your awareness is just on that spot. And then just let that go for a moment. Just let everything go. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. Move your awareness to the soles of your feet. Just let everything go. Just be still. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. You're just keeping your awareness there, nothing else. Just pause and be still. Just let go. Just for the sake of practice, we're going to do it again. Actually, for the sake of practice, let's do this. Hold your bottle. Focus on that part of your body. Really focus. Take some long, slow, deep breaths with the bottle up to your nose. Now, just let go. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You're not focused anywhere other than your forehead and back head. You're not inhaling in the bottle. You're just having your awareness on the forehead and back head. And with your awareness on the forehead and back head, try to check in with your body and let go of tension. Wherever you're feeling tension, just let go. Be sure to check in with the spine, relax the spine. Wherever you feel the most tension, just put your awareness there. Just hold your awareness on that spot of your body. Just let go. Just let go of everything. Just let everything go. Just be still and relax. Let go of everything. Okay, check in with yourself. Move your body around. So the thing with this is it's not just moving energy, it's also shifting your nervous system. It's, you could say, accelerating your body's ability to heal itself. Not just because of the energy that's been put in, but the shift in the nervous system and the harmonizing between the mind and the body. So a lot of times we think of energy healing as like clean energy coming in, dirty energy coming out. This is more of Mm. It's a little bit purification, it's a little bit transmutation, it's a lot of harmonizing. Like it's a lot more harmonizing than anything else, which is different than just like cleaning and energizing something. It's kind of like the next step from that. And so well, we'll be talking about this for a while. So yeah. And like I said, there's a version with the earth, there's a version with the water, air. I mean, you're kind of doing the one with the air, so to speak. And then there's one to do with flame in a candle. So we are going to break for lunch. Join us for the Astara session if you'd like. I'm going to do a little bit of a healing on people. You know, it's just 20 minutes. So pretty much 20 minutes on the nose. And if not, we'll see you back at 1:30 after lunch, and we'll still do some discussions and maybe a little bit more practice as the day progresses. So I'll see you in about an hour and a half. I'm gonna go grab my crystal. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And before we get rolling into foot baths, let's go ahead and open up if you had questions or want to share experience from what we did this morning. We'll probably touch on that again at the end of the day, but we'll see how the day progresses.
So yeah, if you want to share anything, if you have any questions for Greg about the process, go ahead and unmute yourself, raise your hand, type in. I'll get to the chat here in just a sec. I need to make myself co-host again. Yeah, go ahead, Dawn Marie.
Hey, Dawn.
Hi, so wanted to do a little update, I guess.
Okay.
So I went into, let me turn this up here. Maybe that'll be better. I did go over into the Astara, so that was really nice.
Oh, thank you.
Just the 20 minutes, just very focused. That was it. Just I just really allowed myself to be in that, you know, no oils, no nothing, and some insights came to me, which was really, really helpful. More about reassurances coming from my higher soul, like don't stress about the oils. You could just do this daily, you know, use whatever oil will relax you, Dawn Marie. And I'm just sharing that because I don't know if other people have that, but that was really reassuring for me, and that helps me just stay out of my brain.
Oh, good.
And let the process.
Yeah, like what we're doing right now is really kind of learning the process. We'll talk about combinations at some point, but right now, not to keep it from getting too confusing, we're just making it about learning the process. Yeah.
Yes, and that's
Perfect.
really helpful. And what I have noticed since whatever an hour or whatever has passed is the rash on my neck has diminished by probably 70%.
Oh, tremendous. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good
So
sign.
thank you.
Very
Yeah.
good sign.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Great morning or afternoon. Three questions, not very long, but
Sure.
one I noticed you use the Gayatri mantra a lot. And, you know,
Yes.
from what I was taught, it was just like a morning, you know, sun salutation kind of a thing, intuition, maybe something else that I remember, but can you kind of go into what else, what other benefits?
like you kind of nailed some of it. The intuition part is tied to developing the intuitive mind. And when we're going through and doing healing like this, like when we were like focusing and then doing awareness, the awareness would be tied to more of the intuitive mind, which is going beyond the senses. And, you know, we want to harness both sides of our brain for our spiritual practice and for healing. And so by going through and doing that, it can be very purifying. You know, the Gayatri is healing, but also part of what happens, you know, especially when we were doing it on the Astara session, is that one of the areas where we release the deepest is from the spine. And when you chant the Gayatri, it's very purifying to the spine and the spinal cord. So it allows for energy to kind of go up and down. And also when we're interacting with the environment, there's energy coming in and then going back out from the spine. And so it's a way to kind of quickly purify the spine, especially when there's other processes going on. It could be directed in other areas, but I like the effects that it has on the brain and the spine. And so I mean, all mantras have a healing component to it, but one of the really strong ones is the Gayatri. And so you notice when we were doing the Astara session, when I had you guys like focus on a particular area, we used the mantra for Rama. And Rama is also a very powerful healing mantra. Sometimes it's Om Namu Rama Om, and then sometimes just Om Rama Om, like however you want to do it. And there's other variations, but that can be directed for healing. But I find that the combination of the two, because the thing with Rama is it will move energy up and down the central channel really quite well. And then to come with the Gayatri and use it to open up the spine, going back and forth, you keep opening the spine more, and then you keep moving energy up and down. And it's very energizing to the body. It fleshes things out. But really what we're always trying to do is increase connection to the soul, more energy coming in from the soul, which will heal the body, the emotions, the mind, things like that. So
that's awesome. Thank you. But kind of segueing off of what you talked about healing the brain and the spine, I really like how you focus so much on body parts and not just only the major chakras, and that's as far as it goes. There's an old saying that like it goes, the issues are in the tissues.
Right. Yeah. I love that. I've never heard that before, but I love that. I you know, because I think sometimes like doing it through the chakra is a component, and going to the body is a component. And you know, I like to do both, but sometimes when we're just getting down to the body, it's like quicker just to go to the body, like you said, the tissue, the organ, the body part. And you know, it doesn't mean we can't work the chakra at some point, but going directly to the body and going to the chakra actually also kind of slightly do different things. You know, eventually the chakra will get down and hit the tissue, but a lot of what the chakras do is, you know, kind of covers everything, but they usually hit the glands harder than anything else. Like when you energize a chakra, you know, it's going to tissues, it's going to other things, but it's going to a lot of the glands. And then when you're starting to use color is really more of what's hitting the immune system than I mean, the chakra is doing it too, but the different color pranas are really having a bigger impact on the immune system. And you know, we did that weekend a couple weekends ago where we did the energy anatomy and the nervous system, and together they kind of make up this big unit. The nervous system, the endocrine system, and the immune system function as this even bigger unit. And so when you're going through and you're doing these processes, you're kind of bouncing back and forth between these parts. But I really like to treat each one individually. Like, you know, like if you're really working the health rays, you're also working part of the nervous system. I like to kind of go back and forth with that. And, you know, in September, we're going to do the energetic mechanics as far as the immune system is concerned. And it's going to be very different than what we did for the nervous system. You know, so each phase is kind of weaving this tapestry that eventually manifests as healing. But we also want to look at the energetic mechanics, like what we just did in the morning. We're looking at the energetic mechanics of how energy works, but also how our brain works, how our body works, how the brain and body work together, and kind of using all these aspects to try to integrate it into this process that can produce as quick of a result as possible. And so, you know, even when I'm doing like healings, you know, back in the day, I was under contract, so I stuck to what I was under contract for to teach. I didn't really vary it very much. But now that, you know, I'm no longer under contract like that, I do it a little bit more of this kind of collaborative part. And for example, like sometimes when I'm doing a healing, I'll start doing the healing on a person, and I might have them visualize themselves in like a green ball or a violet ball, which is like the aura, but they're focused, just like what we were doing here. And then I'll go start doing some things in their energy body to unwind that. And then I have them let go, and the energy from the body just comes flushing out. And then I would do what you would traditionally do as a cleansing of the aura, where if you just start, you know, you're having to dig some things out, you're having to price some things out, and depending on where the person was at, you know, in their mind and what they thought and what they believed, they might not always be consciously conductive to what's happening. You know, when you don't feel good, you don't feel good. Like, so it's hard to be a participant. And so, you know, just say be conductive doesn't really cut it. So one of the ways to do it is you have them focus and then do awareness. And if you remember what we were doing in the process in the morning, like you're focused and you're directing energy and you're kind of sequencing the chakras. But when you let go with the awareness, that's where the energy rushes in. And so when I'm doing healing and I have them let go, that's where the energy rushes in. And that's also when there's a release. And so I go through and I clean it up, and then I have them do another kind of like visualization. And, you know, might be put their awareness on their feet or on their brain, you know, on their spine or on the part that's they're having a difficulty with. And I find that it gets, it makes it more real for the person. And I find that I get better results quicker by integrating those pieces. And you're really on a different level harnessing the creative process of going back and forth between having them focus and then awareness, and then focus and awareness. You know, it integrates the energy better, and it helps facilitate a shift in their physiology or their psyche, whatever you're working on, to a much higher degree. And so, you know, we want to integrate that more into what we're doing here with the oils. And, you know, certain like kind of foundation had to be taught. And now we're kind of compiling these things and having pieces that seem separate, like kind of overlap, because a lot of times they're just the other side of a coin. They're not different. They're just utilizing a different piece of the physiology or the energy anatomy or the brain, or, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, the next several months are going to be very interesting, at least for me. Like I'm very excited. Like the vagus nerve class is a good example. I was so happy to be able to present that, because I honestly, you know, 3 or 4 years ago, never thought in a million years I'd be presenting that class. But, you know, the pandemic changed a lot. Sometimes some of the stuff is not so good, and some of it's, you know, some of these healing modalities and teachings got accelerated.
That's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, you definitely take everything to the next level. It's just.
Well, thank you. You're very kind.
Yeah, well, it's incredible. Thank you. The last question
Mhm.
was, you know, on this protocol we've been doing, is to put our attention on our awareness on the forehead and the back head. What's happening there?
So awareness on the forehead and back head is awareness. And so anytime your awareness is on the forehead, it's physicalizing energy down into the body. You're physicalizing soul energy or divine energy. Most times it's soul energy. And so you're kind of directing the soul energy deeper into the body, which again stimulates the processes for the body to heal. Also, when you put your awareness on the forehead and back head, it kind of cleans up the mind a little bit. So like, if you have a little bit of a programming from, the genetics that you grow up in, or your family unit, or conditioning from the past, or you just even have, negative repetitive thoughts that are in your head from just difficulties that you've had, your awareness on your forehead and back head at the same time helps to erase that. And if we have preconceived ideas about the particular health issue, be it that we just have an emotional response or we have a belief in what's going on, that will help purify the things that aren't accurate, and help refine a deeper perception to things that are accurate. And the example that I use is, you don't really see this too much these days, but probably like 20 or 25 years ago, like the older generation at the time, like if they got diagnosed with cancer, they were just like, I'm done. Like, because when they were growing up, when somebody got that diagnosis, it was almost always fatal. Like, there wasn't really good treatments back in the day for cancer, so many years ago. And so many times I'd see somebody that the cancer was bad. Like, you'd go, oh, I hope they make it. And they had a positive attitude, and they put up the good fight and they beat it. And then you'd see somebody that was like from the older generation, and as soon as they'd hear the C word, they would just go, I'm done. And I think of this one lady that, I was working on her, and I suspected an area being cancerous. And so I had her go to the doctor and, have it checked out. And lo and behold, there was a tumor there in and around her gallbladder. And they caught it very early. And I mean, it was not considered like a fatal situation. The worst case scenario was she was probably going to have her gallbladder out, and maybe some of the surrounding tissues. And I saw her after the diagnosis, and she was like, yeah, I'm done. Like, it's cancer. And I was like, it's early stages. It's something that's very treatable. And I knew the family well, and the family said, yeah, the doctor is very optimistic and everything. But she went home and just laid on the couch and just said, I'm just waiting to die. And I'm not joking. 3 weeks later, she died. And that's because she had this idea in her head of what that looked like. And she was like, it's time for me to do the dance. And we want to break that down as much as we can. We don't really want to have preconceived ideas. I mean, we don't want to have magical thinking, but at the same time, we don't want to necessarily think that like something is not treatable or bad, not able to be healed, whatever that might be. So that idea of the forehead, back head, you're flushing the body with soul energy, and you're breaking down thought processes that might not align with the healing. Part of what we're going to be talking about in the body mapping class at the beginning of September is also, we have a lot of lower emotions that it's not that they're just stuck in the body. Different parts of the body produce different kinds of like impulses for emotional stimulation. And part of what happens when you put your head on the forehead and back head, it breaks down those impulses in the body so that the lower emotions become very regulated and are not just out of control, helter-skelter. You know, a lot of lower emotions are actually just things stuck in the body, agitation stuck in the body, conditioning from an injury, or even emotional, mental things. Like it turns these sections on. And so, you know, we're going to go through the body and go, okay, this section does this section does that. And we're not reliving things. We're just going to basically turn that stuff, like turn it off or calm it down. And it's based on, some of you have probably seen me when I wear my apron, my bone apron. Like there's pieces of the apron that, like there's a chest piece, there's a piece around the waist, which really is also for the feet. You know, there's little tools that I have, and then eventually there's a hat. And in the Christian tradition, they have this thing where they talk about the armor of the Lord. And it's not something that you just visualize. It actually is about like purifying these different parts of your body to produce something. Like you're producing, it's not even a kind of protection, it's a kind of regulation of the lower nature of the ego, or just of the lower emotions. And it is an inner practice, and that's what we're going to be doing in the body mapping, is we're going to be doing that process.
Great, thanks so much.
Yeah, you're so
Great. Someone asked, will we be doing a foot bath today?
You can if you want. We were just going to talk about them, but yeah, if you want to do a foot bath, we're going to talk out how to do them and how to amplify them. And
That was it.
okay.
I think we're good to go.
So a foot bath is, you know, sometimes you might not want to take a salt bath. Sometimes you might not have a bathtub. But I would also say a foot bath is a way to rapidly clean the energy body. Like your feet are the like lowest vibration of your body, the dirtiest, whatever you want to say. And so if you clean your feet up, a lot of times it cleans up the whole body. But then there's just like, my feet are tired, my feet are achy, my feet are sore, you know, all those kinds of things too. And if you relax the feet, that's kind of good. So I'm going to talk about the different kinds of salt baths, and then we're going to talk about how to amplify the effects, right? So right off the bat, we're going to start by talking about just the tired, achy feet, right? Tired, heavy, sore. If you have achy feet, you know it. Like it's almost like it's a burden to stand on them. Like they just don't feel good, right? They feel more tired than other parts of the body. And so, you know, there's several choices here, but the one that really is a standout for just the achiness and everything is Taget's. Taget's and then soothing foot rub, which is a blend of Taget's with some other things. That combination is very soothing, very anti-inflammatory. It moves the blood, but in a way that's very cooling. It moves lymph. It helps to ease any aches or pains that are in that part of the body. It's just very, very soothing, very, very relaxing. And if you relax your feet, a lot of times other parts of your body begin to relax. And so, you know, galbanum is good. Spikenard is a good second choice. Spikenard or valerian. Vetiver can work as well. Balance has spikenard and valerian and vetiver and myrrh and stuff in it, so that could be a good choice. But very, very good for very, very tight, achy feet. Lavender could work. it's cleansing, but it doesn't quite take all the achiness out. Like it's soothing, but it doesn't quite take the achiness out the way these do. Now, rapid cleanse of the aura, there's a bunch of choices. You can see that some of them overlap here, like the spikenard and the valerian. This is very good for just cleaning up the energy body. And if you do this on a regular basis, you don't necessarily have to do it daily, but say you do it 3 times a week, you'll find that your stress response actually changes. Your emotions will calm down. And even if they're not calm, they just become more regulated. I had one student one time, she was doing this and she goes, yeah, doing those foot baths all the time made life really boring. And I kind of didn't understand what she was saying. And she goes, my emotions just got super regulated and nothing was exciting anymore. Like I was just, instead of riding the roller coaster all the time. And I mean, she nailed it. That's pretty much what it does. It just kind of calms things down. And, one bath is good. You start doing more and more. And over a period of time, by cleaning that up, part of how our bodies get stressed is part of the energy that comes in through the feet. It comes in a couple of places. The feet's one of them. And so by cleaning that up over a period of time, it has an impact. I mean, you would see this like in the Old Testament where there's the burning bush and, the instructions from Moses were to like remove your sandals, right? So part of that is just symbolizing the conditioning from our everyday life can manifest in a lot of different places, but our feet is one of the big places. Like it is the baggage from the past is held by the feet. And you see in the tradition with Mercury, where he's got the little wings on his hat and then the little wings on the feet. That symbolizes the ability to take off in the inner world, not be held down by the aura or the heaviness that is with the mixing of the earth prana and the body at the feet. And so really, I would say it's the knees down, but the feet is the big piece of it, right? So here's a stress relief foot soak. Lavender is pretty solid here. Again, spikenard, blue healer, very soothing. Any of the chamomiles will work. Immunity foot soak. Things can be good for the immunity, but here we're trying to be very specific to the feet. And so these are really solid choices. Any of the eucalyptuses, Rosalina, and like for immunity, like during cold and flu season, you don't want your feet to be too hot and you don't want your feet to be too cold. Like basically, if your feet are hot and sweaty or just really cold, it does something with the neurotransmitters in your body and it throws off your immunity and it makes you more prone to getting sick. And so during cold and flu season, going through and doing this, even if it's just once a week, can be very helpful. And in fact, in one of the older practices we had from towards the beginning of COVID is I would have people rub Rosalina on their feet just to regulate those neurotransmitters. And so any of this would work. I kind of like Rosalina for this one, but eucalyptuses will work and tea tree will work. Plantar myofasciitis. Usually you see this where there's like some pain in some movement areas, and there's a falling of the arch. And there's actually a whole protocol that we do for plantar myofasciitis. But if you want to look at it from the point of view of the foot soak, the vetiver and the rhus are pretty solid here. Marjoram is good, but I'd say here vetiver is the first choice. Rhus is just a type of vetiver. So Nerve pain down in the feet, it's usually neuropathy. The Gordaldo, which is a type of yarrow, and milfoil, which is a type of yarrow, can be good, but really the thing that shines here is the nerve help. Can be incredibly beneficial. You know, sometimes we look at the single oils for neuropathy, where you can use like geranium and lavender and you know, different things that can be soothing. But when we look at like what's a good step to treat neuropathy, the Nerve Help blend has gotten some decent results consistently. So very good for the nerves in the feet. Tarsal tunnel syndrome is kind of like how you get carpal tunnel up in your wrist. Tarsal tunnel is usually associated with plantar myofasciitis, but basically, you know, you walk like your heel hits and then your toes. And when you're standing, your foot's like this, but when you have tarsal tunnel syndrome, you roll off your arch, like your ankles and your feet aren't super stable. And there's an area back by your heel, by your Achilles tendon, that needs to be treated and addressed. And so here, a lot of times we use black pepper to open that up and also to firm up the tissue, especially in the arch of the foot, like to keep the arch from falling so much. The arch will fall with tarsal tunnel syndrome. And you know, sometimes it's compensated by using like arch supports and things like that, but we still want to treat the ankle, especially the back of the ankle, as much as possible. A real easy way to do it is just put the black pepper in the foot, you know, foot tub, and let your feet soak for 15 minutes. You do that over a period of time, it improves circulation, it helps to unwind that tendon and that area in the back, and can help stabilize the way your foot supports your whole body. Cords. This is a way to kind of release energy from the cords. You know, a lot of times with cords, we would inhale thinking of the person, which is great. Here, you can put the oil in the foot tub and just let the foot tub do the work. But if you want to think of the person, you can, or the people around you. It's a way to rapidly open up the cords and flush negative energy out of the cords. And then health rays. Again, health rays are little perpendicular lines that come out of the energy body. They're associated with the pores in the skin. And so it's your ability to absorb and expel energy off the body. And going back to what Deborah was asking before lunch, like how is the energy being expelled off the body as we go through and do this process? A lot of it is coming out of the health rays. Even when your chakra is kicking out energy, it still has to kind of go through and pass through the health rays. So the more the health rays are open, the more you're able to absorb healthy energy and to expel off dirty, used up energy. It's also a way to stimulate energetically the ability for your body to detoxify, and it's tied to lymphatic function. If your health rays are doing good, your lymphatic system is doing good. If the lymphatic system is sluggish, the health rays are usually congested and droopy. So tension in spine. You know, we would put marjoram directly on the back, but at the feet, your best choice is actually helichrysum. Helichrysum, even put in between the toes, a lot of times can help loosen up the spine. And so helichrysum, like foot soak, feels really good. Feels good on the body, feels good on the back, feels good on the spine. And then deposits. You know, again, going back to the lovage, the Eucalyptus citrodora, or the arthrocare. I mean, all of these are solid choices, but lovage or arthrocare would probably be my big choices here. Now, deposits in the feet is usually the heels. Like it can happen in other areas, but usually the heels are a little bit predisposed to have like calcium deposits or spurring. And so when you're standing, it will start to feel like uncomfortable. You'll start to have pain, sharp pain, sometimes even stabbing pain. And it's just those spurs digging into the tissue. So by going through and using this, it helps to clean that up so that the spurs don't dig in quite like they do. Yeah. So let's go ahead and open it up to questions and
Great. Go ahead, Ralph.
hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, you conveniently skipped over the dose of salt to water in the beginning.
I think that's at the very top.
It says 1 pound
you-
of salt for the foot bath of water.
Yeah, you put in, did I not put that in here?
It says 1 pound of salt for a tub. My foot
Right.
bath is much smaller.
It's still a pound. Yeah.
It's still a pound.
Yeah. So you'll
Okay.
have a small tub, but you still put in a pound of salt.
Okay. And still the 10 drops of oil.
Yeah, about the same. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's a more concentrated version of a salt bath.
Okay. We have a really fancy foot tub that's does a bubble, like bubbles for the foot.
Oh,
is
nice.
Is that gonna cause a problem for doing this?
No, I would just make sure that the salt doesn't hurt the bubble part.
Okay.
I use pool salt in mine and I've never had a problem. So I don't know if it depends on what salt you're putting in, but I have the same type and I've never
Okay.
had a problem even running the bubbles.
Oh,
Thanks, Sam.
apparently Sam's been hiding the fancy foot tub from me.
It's in the spa room.
Well, we all got to have our secrets here. Okay, and basically
Right.
15 minutes a run,
Right.
15 minutes a time.
Yeah, about 15 minutes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
And okay, that answers my questions. Thanks.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
When I was doing the foot baths, well, and the baths, when you were doing the crystals, that's when I did a lot of work with you.
Mhm.
We used lavender in all the baths,
Mhm.
about 12 drops or more.
Yeah, about 12 drops.
And I noticed you don't mention lavender that much. Haven't
It's
been
up on the rapid cleanse of the aura. Lavender's in there.
rapid cleaner. That's in our reading here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't gotten to all the reading yet. And you just told him 10 drops, 1 cup of salt,
1 pound. 1 pound
1 foot bath.
per foot bath. Yeah.
And then I put 2 pounds in the salt bath. Is that too much?
It's not too much, but it's you can overdo it sometimes. You know, it can maybe deplete you a little bit because it's just breaking so much up. So like a pound and a half is good. Two's okay, but I wouldn't push it past that.
Okay. Oh, and if I want to do the salt bath, like we just said, and what's that called? It just now left me. The salt you buy at the store that got magnesium in it. Come on.
Oh, Epsom salt?
Epsom salt. I couldn't think of the name. How much of that do you put in?
It's
Or is
still
it
the same. Like if you're going to substitute that, I would still do about a pound.
a pound in both? I mean, in the salt, the foot bath or the salt or the tub bath.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
pound each. All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hey, y'all, I'm going back to my plantar warts because we didn't mention them
What's that?
for the plantar warts for the foot bath.
I mean, you can try treating that way. I mean, it's better to put it just directly on the spot. Foot bath, what did I have you use? Thuja or Arbor Vitae?
Did you?
Yeah, you could do a Thuja foot bath. Yeah. It's probably better putting it directly on the spot though.
Okay, so then any of the other foot bath things, just to
Yeah.
figure what I want to do and do it. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Quite a few questions here. Let me tap in. Did Greg say previously that the green, blue, orange, etc. color healers were not directly associated with the colors used in pranic healing?
It's different. You're not projecting, there you're projecting energy. This is using the oils to help the body produce those kinds of energy. So some different mechanics. Yeah.
Use peppercorns in water?
Right.
I'm guessing they're asking if you can put peppercorns instead of pepper oil.
Oh, instead of black pepper oil, to equal that 8 or 9 drops or 10 drops of peppermint, you'd probably have to put 3 or 4 pounds of peppercorns. I don't think it's a good use. I mean, it would be mildly therapeutic, but it's not strong enough. Yeah.
And I think I answered by posting what you said in description, but only oil, no salt.
For the foot bath? No, you put a pound of salt. Yeah.
And again, how long per soak?
15 to 20 minutes.
15 to 20. Oh, I think it said 10, 15. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Using etheric cords essential oil, is that effective with remote healing, focusing on the other person releasing of their cords?
No.
sorry.
No.
And they just wanted to clarify when cleaning and cutting the cords.
No. Whoever's got their foot in the tub is the one benefiting.
Okay, we got the how long. Would a salt foot bath be not advisable for a person with gangrene on the foot?
Green. Is this a byproduct of diabetes, or what's going on? A wound that's just not healing?
Hi, Greg, it's me.
Uh-huh.
She does not have diabetes. They have finished treatment in terms of home care, and now the foot is just has to heal. And I was just wondering, and they did remove a toe a few months ago. And this is the person they couldn't find out, they couldn't determine the source of the infection in the body. But I was wondering at this point, since they're finished treatment, if a foot bath would be safe. She's also the same person with the lung cancer. Yeah. And she's 74.
You know what I would do instead of a foot bath is I would give her, I mean, there's all different kinds of things that you could do, but in a situation like this, I would probably give her lemon internally. And the idea is, there's a term for it. Let me think about this. See if I can find it real quick. They call it, God, am I remembering this right? They call it curative leukocytosis. And basically, like when there is an infection, especially an infection where you can't find it, or there is infection, especially in the soft tissue, where the person's body is just not healing it. It's a way to elevate the white blood cells to help the body heal whatever's going on. Like if you don't have an infection and you're using lemon, it actually will not raise the white blood cells. But if there's an infection or an area that's not healing, it does kind of stimulate this thing called, I might be remembering the name wrong, but I want to say it's called curative leukocytosis. Like leukocytosis can be like a negative thing, like somebody has elevated white blood cells, they don't know why. So it could be an infection, or it could be, you know, just an imbalance in the immune system. This is to elevate the body's ability to fight off whatever's going on. I wouldn't do big dosages of that with somebody that has an autoimmune issue, or somebody who has a lot of inflammation in the body, just as a rule of thumb.
But with the cancer, she's depleted in both.
Yeah. I mean, cancer patient, I would give it to.
Okay.
I mean, it is one of the things that you can do to support cancer is lemon, yarrow, pine, you know, things like that.
Sylvester pine?
Yeah, Sylvester pine. Yeah. Yeah.
Inhalation or internal?
Topical.
Okay.
Well, the lemon's internal, but the other
Yes.
things are topical. Yeah. Yeah. The gangrene. I mean, it can be a loaded thing. Like it probably would be okay. But I like treating it from the inside out because the lemon will also increase circulation. Like it has a little bit of a slight thinning of the blood that will make it penetrate the tissue in ways that blood's probably not penetrating right now.
Okay.
And so it is a way to kind of improve circulation down on those areas, but there's no diabetes though, right?
No.
Huh. I mean, that happens sometimes even without the diabetes, but it's usually related to diabetes. Yeah. I had another case where the person just, God, no matter what we did, I mean, they even put her in a hyperbaric chamber and her foot would just not get better.
And she wasn't, when she was diagnosed in June, and they didn't opt to do chemo or radiation, and they put her on, I think it's Keytruda is the name of the chemical. They do infusions, they do it like every 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. But thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, the cancer treatments they're always evolving, and
Yeah.
yeah, I can't keep up with it all these days. And different doctors do different approaches. and
Yeah.
Just, you know,
Thanks so much.
you're so welcome. But you could, Zakia,
Yeah.
like, easily you could give her 8-10 drops a day in water. Easy.
Of the lemon?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Uh, 2 or 3 questions, short ones. This curative leukocytosis, is that where the name leukemia come from? Is it that kind of
Well, leukemia would be cancer of the blood. And
Right.
so, it's just an elevation of white blood cells. Yeah.
peppermint. What are the uses for peppermint? I
What
mean, I
would
put
you-
some on
yeah.
my shoulder. It felt really good because it was cooling.
Yeah, it can be pain relieving. It's a general body stimulant as well. Could be good for digestion. It could be good for the liver.
Oh,
Pain relieving, good mental stimulant.
And then someone also in chat was asking, will you be, it's different topic, the body mapping class oils.
What about
And
it?
they're just wondering when we're gonna post them. Sorry, I didn't. read.
Oh, we'll be posting them on Wednesday.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But I think that's all for this discussion.
Okay, so here's one of the ways that you can use the foot bath. You know, I would use the section on rapid aura cleansing, you know, number 2. I would make yourself a nice foot bath. And then when you're going through and doing your oil protocols, regardless of what it is, and you're going through and you're inhaling the oil and doing that with your feet in the tub, it makes more happen, right? It makes more energy move. It expels more things out of your energy body. It resets the aura to a much higher degree. So it's a way to amplify some of the healing processes with the essential oils. Or instead of essential oils, you could sit, do prayer, you could do meditation, you could chant mantra with your feet in the tub. And, you know, as the mantra or the meditation is being done, you're having an expansion of the energy body, which is displacing lower vibrational energies in the body. And then it's being sucked out of your aura through your feet. And so the salt tub can be very good for that.
I just realized I missed like 3 questions.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Oils best for health rays.
Health rays, I think we had, yeah, there's a list here. Basil, clary sage. If you're going to just use one like single oil, I mean, lavender is good. Helichrysum is probably the rock star there, like basil or helichrysum. And then the health rays blend or the spasmophilia blend. The spasmophilia is for a type of spasm, but it also opens up the inner health rays. The inner health rays are the area from the skin to the bone. You know, the health rays are really kind of what's going outward. Those inner health rays are from the skin going all the way into the bone.
And I think you already answered this one. Would Epsom salts work for a foot bath?
Yeah. They would be very soothing. I actually do a little bit of a concoction. I put in some regular salt. I do magnesium flakes. And then what's that stuff called? Like magic clay or magic?
Yeah, you put the clay in.
The magic, I can find the name for you, but it's like charcoal and clay, and it just sucks things out of you to an even higher degree. Then I also put my essential oils in. Be it a bath or a foot bath, it's very cleansing very quickly. The magnesium is very soothing to the body's tissues. And by relaxing the body, it allows for more energy to come out.
Do you have a recommendation for a good foot tub? Is plastic bad to
Yeah,
use?
no,
I've heard
I
hot
just-
water used in plastic can off gas.
No, I just go get a plastic foot tub. We just get those things from like Walmart or something that are kind of like this. And that's what we use. Long time ago, I had one that was nice and glass and all that. And yeah, it didn't take me too long to break it. And so plastic is good because it's durable and you can just toss it in the corner in the bathroom or wherever and be done with it.
They're asking, is it bentonite clay?
It's I can tell you. Give me just a second. Like
Yeah, go ahead.
cut-
Take it.
I'm gonna go look at my thing.
And Letty, go ahead. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, Sam, that means, are you gonna answer the question?
That was what I was joking about. Yes, yes, it was.
You've had quite a few jokes lately.
I know.
I have a question. When I try to turn on my video, it says that you all have turned it off. I'm not able to get it on now. Is there a reason?
Oh, Greg got it.
So it's this. It's called magnetic clay bath. And its ingredients are, bentonite, Mojave Desert sourced calcium bentonite, and Himalayan pink salt.
And I will send you a link too. So go ahead and hand that to me and I'll put a little link for you guys. And Dorothy, you should be able to show your video now. Oh, and Letty, you had your hand raised?
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. Sorry, I'm still laughing because Sam's been having some jokes. Okay, so quick question. Since we're talking about like dispersing energy through our feet, I was just kind of wondering, like, once I go back to work, if you know how the crystal lepidolite also helps you get rid of stress, but does that one only work when you're holding onto it? Or I was wondering, could I carry that with me?
It could be close to you. I did do a thing for a little while where I was putting pieces of lepidolite in the bathtub. It was super relaxing, but you have to kind of clean it up and recharge it every time. And it just started to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. You know what I mean? We're actually piecing together, being able to make these like, I don't know what you would call them. I was calling them like bath hot shots, but basically a bunch of mineral content that you can just drop into the bathtub and have like a mineral bath. And so the mineral that you would use to diminish stress is magnesium will have some effect, but lithium. Like when you soak in lithium, I mean, it's just like you can just feel the stress leaving your body. There's a hot springs in, God, where's that at? Abiquiu in New Mexico. That is about 45 minutes or an hour, maybe out of Albuquerque or Santa Fe. And they have different kinds of baths. And one of the baths that they have is a lithium bath. And, most of the baths I would go in and sit for 10 or 15 minutes. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. And I'd go to the next one. You had to pry me out of that lithium one. Like, I mean, I would sit there for hours because it just, you just feel it sucking the stress out of your body. Things that would hurt just didn't hurt anymore. Like, the back or the shoulder. It's just super, super soothing. And so, a lot of the body tonics and things that I make when they're like supposed to be soothing, or we need to augment the energetic component, I might add like MSM or magnesium. I had lithium to them quite often just because of how much stress and tension it reduces in the body. Like it's just crazy. So we're piecing together like how to make these like mineral baths where it has all the good minerals. Like if you went to a hot springs and soaked, like if they've got good mineral content, I mean, it just makes you feel like a new person. And I was like, we got to be able to do that like in a bottle, like where you can just pull out the minerals and like dump it in and call it good. And so when we did the trip to Birmingham and Louisville, we stopped off in, it was out of the way, but we went to the hot springs in Arkansas in between the two classes. And oh my God, I mean, those mineral springs are so nice. And I mean, you kind of feel like you're just not feeling quite myself, and you get after that, and like life is good. Like life feels really good after that, and not always easy to get to a hot springs. And you get to the hot springs, and I don't want to jump in with a bunch of people, and so if you could do it in your bathtub, like that's what we're shooting for. So we were actually looking at some of that stuff on the lunch break, like how to piece it together so where you could just take like a little half-ounce or ounce bottle and just dump it in your salt bath, and it's a mineral bath, and then you add whatever oils you want and call it good.
Sounds very nice. I'll be your first person to try them.
Yeah, you have to be our guinea pig.
Yeah, I will. Thank you so much, Greg.
I don't know, does anyone want to be that guinea pig,
Yeah.
really? Can we procure lithium?
But what's that?
Procure lithium.
Procure. I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what lithium is, but procure, I don't know what that is. What
I think
is?
it's like to make, like, do our own.
Oh
It
yeah,
means get a-
if you
it mean-
get your
it
own
means-
lithium, yeah, you can just put lithium in your bath. Sure.
Where would we buy it though? Procure
Amazon.
means procure means to get a hold of. It's kind of, it'd be
Oh,
like,
I thought it was like some brand or some type of lithium. I was like,
The-
I've never heard
right.
of procure lithium.
right,
Tell me
right.
more about this odd
customers-
type of lithium.
Customers buy the military procures
Right.
because they do bigger amounts of stuff.
Just
Okay,
go
so-
on Amazon and you can get liquid lithium, and I can't remember if there's a powdered lithium there. I usually get it in liquid just because I don't want it to clog the bottles. So I usually get liquid.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does magnesium flakes work or lithium in a foot bath?
Oh, both would work. Yeah. Like, and you could mix them. Yeah. I often mix magnesium and lithium. Yeah.
And then, does Greg use this clay in a bathtub or only a foot bath?
Both. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like with the mud, and sometimes I even will put some herbs in the bath. Sometimes my baths look like dirty like river water or swamp water. It just looks like muddy and everything, but those are usually delicious baths.
What was the other one you were putting in that was like a goat's milk powder or
Yeah,
something?
I also would put in goat's milk powder. Yeah, that's like not so much cleansing, but it's very soothing to the skin. And so if I'm doing like detoxifying the skin or something like that, I'll add a scoop or two of the goat's milk powder.
Okay, so Denise first, and then we'll go to the chat questions.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, do you think you could speak a moment about what clary sage? It always keeps coming back to my mind, and maybe hyssop.
Sure.
My hyssops both ran away. Okay, I just found one of them, Spanish hyssop. I haven't used that one, but the other one totally. And when you told me to use it the other day, honestly, they both are gone. I don't know what happened. So clary sage and the hyssop.
Yeah, so hyssop is very cleansing. It deepens the breath. It's very cleansing to the spine, to the brain. It's very cleansing to the parasympathetic part of your nervous system. Like it can help soothe and regulate that. It's very stimulating to the medulla, which has a lot to do with some of the body's processes. But hyssop is very activating also to the heart and the crown. And so it helps establish one of the connections between the higher soul and the incarnated soul. And it's very purifying. It's good for deepening the breath, cleaning up the spine, a wide range of respiratory issues. It's good for pain. Even bruising, if there's no broken skin, you can put it on that and will diminish the bruising. Also, an oil that you would use to reduce the absorption of negativity in any given situation. It would also be considered an oil that you would use for protection, from somebody being really emotional or being pushy or something along that lines. So there's a wide range of things that hyssop would be good for. And I think we've done that in the blog, right?
Yeah.
So we'll pull that out and we'll shoot that over to you where it's got all of that. I don't know that I've done one for clary sage yet. But,
You have.
oh, I
I
have.
have clary sage too.
So we'll
I'll
shoot
bring
that over
one
to you as well. But clary
yeah.
sage is very calming to the central nervous system. It's antispasmodic. It's clearing to the mind. It helps to stimulate the more intuitive parts of the mind. Usually you use it to kind of reduce like stress. Like it's one of the better single oils for stress. With stress, sometimes you really have to combine things, but if you're looking at single oils, clary sage would be one of the top ones that you would look at. And you could say it's so good for the intuition that not quite for clairvoyance, but starting to get close to clairvoyance with that, like intuitive thinking, like thinking out of the box. Clary sage is very good for that. And so it's also good for cramping, especially for anything to do with a woman's cycle. If you apply it down to the lower abdomen, you could use it as an antispasmodic. I find that other things work better, but like if you didn't have anything, it would work for that.
Wow.
Good for the nervous system. Like if you boiled it down, really good for the nervous system.
That's probably why. Well, I'll
And the mind.
definitely be
Super
placing
good
it.
for the mind. I used to do this concoction for people who are close to passing, and I would mix neroli, melissa, and clary sage together, and like make a little lotion and have people around them rub it like on their arms or on their chest a little bit, and it just helps bring clarity like when they're getting close to passing, and I don't know that I've ever told this story before, but I had my grandma's sister, so it would be my great aunt, but she was like a grandma to me. You know how we have people in our families that I call her my aunt, but she's not really my aunt, or I call her my grandma, she's not really my grandma. And I mean, I used to go stay with her when I was a little kid, for a week or two out of in the summertime, on school break. And, she was just a sweet lady. And she had gotten cancer, she's passed away many years ago. She had gotten cancer, and, she's just got this kind of like bubbly, very outgoing personality. And she got diagnosed with cancer, and she was told that it was terminal and everything. And, people would come and see her, and she would just laugh and joke with them. And, she would start saying like, hey, we're going to, next year we're going to go to such and such. We're going to go to this beach or this lake or whatever. And everybody would look around like, you only got a few months to live. Like, I don't know why we're planning 2 months out. And, granted, we hope that you make it, but it's not looking good, right? But part of it is, sometimes when people are close, it doesn't sink in. You know what I mean? Like what's happening. Like it's still like a thing that she was talking out. And I had made her some of this, and I gave it to her and just told her to do whatever she wanted with it. And I think I even rubbed some on her forearm. And, she was laughing, she'd make a lot of eye contact, and we were telling each other, nice stories from the past and how, we loved each other and everything. And so I gave that to her and I left it with her. And, about a week later, I went back and saw her. And she wasn't quite as bubbly as she was before, and she wouldn't talk to me. She wouldn't like look at me. And
Oh.
I was like, oh, is she upset or something? But what had happened was she realized what was happening. And,
Oh.
you know, she wasn't happy and bubbly, but she also started telling people, like, you know, she started really connecting with people and started to like kind of put things in order. And she realized like this is happening. Like this isn't like just some story. And you know, it's like if you've ever been close to somebody who's passing, they get very genuine like when they start getting close. And that's what started happening. She got very genuine about stuff. And when she finally did like have the conversation and look me in the eye, it was it was very like nice and beautiful, but it wasn't the bubbling personality anymore. It was like from a soul level.
Yeah.
It was communicating. And you know, granted, that's a combination, but that's the kind of stuff that Clary Sage does. Like
Wow.
Melissa and Rolly, all of that. It's just, it puts it right there. It makes things very clear, and you're able to like sit with things.
Thank you for sharing that
Yeah.
story. That was very, very touching.
Yeah.
Would you suggest then if you put a combination of that, either I'd have you make it up or do it in a lotion?
Mhm.
If I use those.
Yeah,
three
sure. Yeah.
for-
If you want to make it on your
progressing.
own, it's equal parts. Like it's, you know, one part Melissa, one part Rolly, one part Clary Sage. You know, it was nothing complicated or fancy. I mean, the oils are fancy, but it wasn't like a complicated blend. And so I'm glad to make it for you. But if you have the oils, you could do it yourself.
Thank you so much.
You're
I really
welcome.
appreciate that. And I'll definitely be getting more hyssop for sure, that escape
Yeah.
artist. And definitely
Yeah.
Clary Sage.
Hyssop's
Thank
one of
you.
those ones that you just like, you always want to have it. We were laughing because I think it was like a night or two ago. We were like, I have a hyssop in this room. I have a hyssop in this room. I have two over here where I sit on the coffee table. I have one over here. It's like, I don't even have one bottle that I carry around. It's just like, I have my hyssop when I sit here, but when I go to bed, I have my hyssop by the bed.
I guess we do need our little container, our little areas with those special containers,
Right,
don't
right.
we, Ollie? Thank you so much,
Yes,
Greg. Thank you.
And go ahead, Dorothy, and there are still questions in chat. So.
Hey.
I think I remember you saying something about, we were talking about sage, I think. Yeah. And you said not Clary Sage. This was maybe yesterday.
That was probably for brain fatigue.
Oh, okay. Well, I have Spanish sage and Spanish hyssop. Do I need to get other hyssops?
No,
Or
you're pretty solid, but in both places.
oh, okay. But I want clarity. Clary sage from all this. I mean, gosh, it looks like
I know. Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
so it's more spiritualizing.
It's actually not a true sage. And so that's why when we're talking about sages for brain fatigue and everything, it's good for the mind. It's good for the nervous system. It's good for the intuitive processes. It's very nice for that. And it's also great for stress. So, yeah.
Well, it sounds like it's a more versatile sage than the others. Is that?
Actually, probably the opposite. The other sages are a little bit more versatile, where the Clary Sage is very specific for certain things. Doesn't quite have the versatility that just like your regular sage or Spanish sage has, you know. But regular sage is considered a cure-all because of all the different things it can do. Clary Sage wouldn't fall into that parameter, but especially for mental things or stress and the nervous system, Clary Sage is really super good.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to get Clary Sage too. Thank you.
Good one to have. Yeah.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
So I was born confused and had a relapse.
Mhm.
So can we put more than one oil in the foot bath at a time, or should
You
we?
can, but like when you start blending things like that, they'll start doing different things, and they don't necessarily always translate into the properties of what they are.
Okay, so
Yeah,
of
so
thumb.
I would, a lot of times I would just say stick with one oil or one blend and don't mix them very much. And you know, like for me, what I'll do is I'll do like a series where I'll start off with a certain oil at the beginning of the week, and through the week, either in the salt bath or the foot bath, I'll do kind of a regiment where I visit different oils. But I do it like one foot bath or one salt bath at a time.
Okay, and Sam, thank you for mentioning pool salt, because that's got to be the best way to buy salt in bulk.
That's the way we buy the salt for our salt baths, is we buy pool salt or water softening salt. And, you know, granted, the chemical makeup is a bit different on each one, but they still do what they need to do for us. We're not using them for water softening or the pool salt. And I find that the pool salt and the water softening salt aren't as quite as drying on the skin as regular, just plain old table salt.
Okay, it makes sense. I just forgotten about it, and that's just
Yeah.
makes it so much easier. Thank you.
Yeah, we have like several containers in our bathroom where we have salt, we have some Epsom salts, we have magnesium flakes. So it's like a little bit of a buffet. Like when you're making a salt bath, you can kind of concoct your little thing you're going to do and then jump in the bath. And yeah.
And just concentrate on one oil, but you can mix.
Yeah, you can mix and match that stuff too. Yeah.
Okay, great. Learning.
Mhm. How do you clean out the bathtub after?
Like, so if you put a little bit of like liquid soap or bubble bath or something in before you put all that stuff in, it will reduce the film around the edges. But you know, you use the scrubbing bubbles, or if you use an oil that's a little bit more resinous, clean your bathtub with alcohol. The alcohol will break that stuff down easier sometimes than the cleansers. And wouldn't you say like
The rubbing alcohol, it makes it go away so fast. So it has the smell. And then the dish soap,
Yeah,
like
dish
your
soap.
dish soap,
Yeah,
it's an oil break
yeah,
rubber.
yeah,
So
yeah, the degreaser. Yeah,
degreaser, yeah.
yeah.
So that's it. For any of it, for the clay, for the oil, whatever.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about adding baking soda in a salt bath?
Yeah, I don't know how cleansing it is. It's very soothing. And you know, years ago I used to make we were actually just talking about this, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Like last week. So I used to make, I would mix like half mustard, powdered mustard, and half baking soda, and then I'd add essential oils to it and like stir it around, and then you could take it out and like dump it in, and it was a very strong lymphatic bath. And you know, the baking soda, I think it has a bit of an impact. It's a bit soothing, but I don't know that it's a big like cleanser or energizer or, you know, whatever. It's just kind of soothing, you know. Yeah, I've taken baking soda baths before in the past, and they were nice, but it was nothing to write home about. But you know, mixing it with a mustard, it keeps the mustard from clumping up, and it's a good combination with the mustard. And I just want to clarify, it's not squeezing mustard in, it's like powdered mustard. I did have one student squeeze in a bottle of French's mustard into the bath, and it actually still is therapeutic. It's just messy. I do just powdered mustard is the way to do it.
What is the ratio of magnesium / lithium for a foot bath?
Like I do like a dropper full of each one, you know.
And then I'll repost here the lithium link for you as well. Just a sec, I'll get to the next question. I just am trying not to keep losing all my questions. How many drops of lithium in a foot bath versus a salt bath? Oh, sorry. Yeah, a foot bath versus a salt bath.
I would probably do a dropper full or two in either one. Yeah.
Clearly, we need to have an essential oil spa party at Greg and Sam's.
Yeah. You know how we could do that is like we could tell everybody have a foot bath, have this, have that.
Yeah, we could just have.
Because back in the old days when we used to do retreats, that's what we used to do is we'd have foot baths ready for everybody, and yeah, we could think that out.
You can also rent out a local spa which has multiple baths and have prepared different essential oils
Yeah.
solutions, and everybody
Yeah.
can just buy one and just pick a bath and go get
There
it.
you go. Yeah.
And then they're just sniffing their oil bottle.
Yeah.
I was haven't read this one yet, but let me just see. Yeah, sure. I was a hospice nurse for over 25 years, and I have taken care of CEOs and homeless people and everywhere in between. At the end of life, it is not how much stuff you have accumulated or how many degrees or awards you have, or even how much you have achieved in life. It's the relationship with the people you love, mending relationships before you die.
Yeah.
I see it all the time.
Yeah.
It was just a nice share.
Yeah. Very nice share. You know, it was like going back to my grandma or my great aunt, whatever we're calling her. You know, we said we loved each other probably a couple hundred times in our, you know, in the time that I knew her. Every time we'd see her. But that last time where we were looking each other in the eyes and, you know, she was in the place that she was at, that one trumped all the other ones put together. Like it was, you could feel that to your bones. Like, you know, you just, yeah, and there was something about it. Yeah.
Are either easier on the pipes? It's cast iron pipes.
I would say the water softening salt is probably the easiest. Pool salt, I would say, is probably up there too. Regular table salt is a little bit harder on the pipes.
What percent of rubbing alcohol? 50, 70, 90
Or
for cleaning the tub?
just any rubbing alcohol. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Both
we just
70 and 90
we
we have.
just use whatever we have, 70 or 90. Yeah.
Is it possible lithium can irritate the skin?
I've never seen it, but anything's possible. I've done very big dosages of lithium on my skin. I've never had the issue, but you never know.
I like this question. Would you inhale a different oil than what is in the foot bath or the same?
Yeah,
oil?
totally. No, you would do a different one, like how we kind of did the bathtub thing. Put your feet in one, and then, you know, say you're doing the aura cleanse, you know, like say you're just throwing lavender in there, but you could be working assemblage point, or you could be working, you know, something for the respiratory tract, or, you know, whatever you want to work. Doing some of the things from the chakra classes or whatever, and just whatever's coming up, it's coming out, you know. It's very strong. I taught a class one time. God, where did I? This is way before the pandemic, so we were not Zooming. But the whole weekend we went from foot bath to foot bath to foot bath. Probably it was Birmingham. It could have been somewhere else, but back in the day, we did a lot of foot baths in Birmingham. But like every step of the way, I mean, you just talk about flushing things out of your body. It was very deep. I want to say on one weekend in Birmingham, we probably did 11 foot baths through the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Tracy remembers those days, and Babette, they remember those days.
And I remember that maybe because I'm suggesting you get the stiffest foot tub you can, because I do a lot of foot bath carrying. We won't go into why, but the stiffer the foot bath container, the easier it is to keep the water in the tub. So
When you're walking it to dump it or whatever.
right. When they get weak and start racking, that's when you start
Yeah.
stepping, and that's how Sweet Joyce hurt her ankle. She slipped on water.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I take that very seriously. Thank you. Sorry. Bye.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
You mentioned a bath earlier yesterday with rue and coffee. So we could, and you said it was really a strong thing or whatever. In my
Coffee in
own,
the bath and just inhaling the room.
yes. So to put that coffee in the bath and inhale the rue would be the same thing as taking a bath. If you do that in a foot bath.
Oh, yeah, it would be very similar.
And you said it was cutting cords.
Cutting and cleaning up cords, yeah.
And then what the foot ray would be the same thing. But I've got soak the coffee and inhale the health ray.
Oh, that's not for cords. That would be for just cleaning up the health rays.
Cleaning up what?
The health rays.
Cleaning the health rays.
Mhm.
Well, the aura. Okay.
Yeah, the health rays are considered like a different part of the aura. Right.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarity. Okay.
Someone's checking, do we pour the bath in the toilet? Like if it's a foot bath, where do we pour it?
I either pour it in the toilet or I pour it in a bathtub. You know, if you were taking a salt bath, it would go in the bathtub anyway. So just whatever's convenient for you. Sometimes pouring it into the toilet can get a little sloppy. So I just go and usually dump it in the bathtub.
Is it okay to use a stainless pot, like a stock pot for a foot soak? I have small feet, but is there physical, chemical, or spiritual reasons not to?
You could use that, but just if you're using it for that, don't use it for other things. Don't like do that and then clean it out and make a stew or something, you know. Like if you're using it for a foot bath, it's your foot bath bowl or tub or whatever. You know, just because the energy, the dirty energy, even if you clean it up, there'll still be some. I remember back in the day, one of the students used a big giant salad bowl for a foot tub. And, you know, she wasn't really thinking about the energy. She was a new student. And so she did it. And then she washed it out and cleaned it out and left it on the counter. And, you know, she was out doing her day work or shopping or something. And she came home and her husband had made a salad in that bowl. And he said, it's really weird. I put these fresh things in there, but it like you could see it like starting to wilt. He goes, the salad started going bad, like in this tub. He's like, it's the weirdest thing. And he goes, and then I ate it and I didn't feel very good. And he had a stomach ache and he said his joints were all achy. And she didn't say anything to him, but she was like, yeah, note to self, don't use the salad bowl for a foot tub. And then she kind of talked to me about it next time. I was like, yeah, like let's clean that up, or that salad bowl is your new foot tub, and you know he needs to have hands off. So yeah, if she explained it to him, I don't think he would have bought it and thought she was crazy. So she just was like, wow, yeah, that's really weird, and then was like, yeah, I gotta do something about this bowl.
But I know we used to buy just like the main quantity at like dollar stores, like the plastic ones.
Like if you just go to a dollar store, you'll find a decent foot tub. And like a lot of times when we would do like the retreat weekends in a different area, we would just go to the dollar store and buy them all up, or we'd go to what's that one place where we used to buy those tubs all the time that's in Mount Pleasant? Not TJ Maxx, but it was
Oh, Big Lots.
Big Lots. We'd go to Big Lots. And you just go in that section, they're really super cheap, and yeah. It doesn't have to be anything fancy.
How often can I do a foot bath?
Oh, daily. Yeah, easily daily. I remember one time, I don't know, I was doing a lot of meditation, and even like daily didn't seem like it was enough. I was doing a morning and night there for a couple of weeks, and I expelled off a bunch of things and got regulated in the meditation. But yeah, you easily could do them daily. I used to do a salt bath every day. I don't do it now, but I do them often now. But when I was doing healing full time, every day, salt bath, every day. Even on days that I didn't do healing, every day I did a salt bath.
That was fun, guys.
Yeah. So let's take a break, and we'll come back at 25 after, and we'll talk about using essential oils internally. Everybody, let's come on back. And we are at the top of page 20. So here we're talking about using essential oils internal. So I have a couple of things to say about that. Not everybody agrees about using things internal. Not all essential oils should be used internally. Sometimes they're a little too toxic, or because they're very concentrated. So a lot of times they're best used through inhalation or topical, but there are some exceptions. Now, if you are going to use essential oils internally, don't just buy the oils like in the health food store. They're not always genuine, like they're adulterated a bit. You don't want to be using something that's been adulterated. So with that, we're doing what we call casual ingestion. So this is usually 1 to 3 drops. Don't really increase it unless you've talked something out with me about that. Like sometimes on Tuesday, I'll tell somebody like, oh, maybe do more. Or like just earlier when I was talking with Zakia, I was like, that person could take 8 drops of lemon a day. There's some oils you can bump up like that. Some oils you can't. And it also depends on the health issue. Most times you don't need to bump it up that much. Keep in mind, like rose, for example, it takes 28 roses to make 1 drop of oil. So that 1 drop of oil is not just a little extract of that plant. It is a massive amount of physical material to make that 1 drop or 2. So you're doing something that's very concentrated. So this isn't a way to go through and treat a whole bunch of different things. Remember, we're talking about everyday basics. So these were just suggestions for just normal everyday life things, like things where you're going through and what about this? What about that? For anise, for example, it's very good for stabilizing fluctuating heartbeat. Can be good if you have what you call aerophagy, which is gulping of air, which just means basically another way of saying that there's some tension in the trachea, and you're probably got a little bit of anxiety. Gulping air would be a lot of times like when eating food, you're gulping air at the same time, or you'll be talking and then you'll notice like you'll go like just a weird inhalation there. But like, it's bouncing to the nervous system, but like here you see it's also good for like a hangover or something like this. That's not something we're going to go into in a lot of the classes, but it's just like, you're into wine, you have a little bit too much wine one night, and it's a way to take away that headache and that kind of not feeling so good feeling. And so you know, when I was being taught by French aromatherapists, and French aromatherapists love their wine. Let me tell you. So this hangover thing, it's all they talked about for a while. And I was like, I don't get the hangover thing, but you know, I work in a different circle. But like they love their wine. Like wine and essential oils kind of go hand in hand for a lot of those guys.
Why do you keep looking at me, Greg?
And so, you know, even if you look at a hangover, it's just a disruption in the autonomic nervous system, which we talk about all the time. So it makes sense. Basil, very good for mental stress, mental fatigue, improving cognitive functions. Mental stress would be this, like when you're having to grind through a bunch of information, you're having to do a bunch of paperwork, when you're having to spend a bunch of time like going through your finances or you know, looking at the insurance papers that you got to go through and process and then make some phone calls. There's physical stress and then there's mental stress. Basil's really good for mental stress. It will undo the effects of stress on the body. I might not take basil every day, but I take it almost every day. Like there's times where I forget, but probably because I hadn't taken my rosemary yet. But, bay laurel, kind of a body stimulant, anti-infectious, antiviral, antibacterial. It is one of the strongest antibacterials there is. So it actually would even address things like strep, like strep throat, staph infections, things like that. A wide range of bacterias and very good for a sore throat. So like a couple drops internally for times when you're having a sore throat. It's pretty hard to beat bay laurel. Good is a mouth gargle. You know, it cleans up lymph nodes, so it's a lymphatic tonic. The antiviral component, it's pretty big for that. You know, in the COVID times, I leaned a little bit more on Monarda and Melissa, but things like Eucalyptus radiata inhaled, applied topically, and bay laurel taken internally, pretty solid choices as well. Can't think of anything else that I would say about bay laurel. It's good for respiratory functions. It's actually even good for like protective qualities, like if you're just around people who are obnoxious or jerks and things like of that nature. It can be very helpful for that. Yeah. So cardamom, it can ease emotional upset. Not my first choice, but if you had it handy, it would be helpful. But you look to cardamom for a lot of digestive issues. Yeah. Carrot seed, when taken internal, it is all about the liver. Like, so it's helping to regenerate the liver, improve liver function. Kind of okay for cholesterol, wouldn't be my top choice, but as far as regeneration of the liver and undoing some of the damage that's done to liver through medications and things like that, it could be pretty solid. Celery is known for its ability to drain toxicity from the body and especially the kidneys. I actually used to use it for athletes for treating excessive amounts of lactic acid, which is like, you know, when an athlete goes and they reach their, well, when they go into oxygen debt, basically, when they've kind of pushed too hard and they're not getting enough oxygen and their heart rate is starting to fluctuate, they'll start to produce lactic acid. It's what makes you sore, makes your performance go down, and makes your body basically kind of becomes kind of toxic, like from the byproduct of not having enough oxygen. And so one of the ways that I had a little bit of a reputation with traveling with athletes, because I could almost undo the effects of their performance from the day before. You know, it was just anti-inflammatories and detoxing, but one of my little tricks was I'd give them 2 or 3 drops of celery and some water and have them drink it. And it would detox the lactic acid out of their body really super quick. And so it's quite good for that. German chamomile, very good for any sort of infection. It's calming to the stomach if there's bleeding in the stomach, and can be good for COPD. The issue that I would say with COPD is it's usually better to treat it internally rather than inhaling through the lungs. COPD it's good to combat COPD a lot of different ways. But the thing with German chamomile is it's not something you want to be taking every day. So I would say week on, week off, week on, week off. I mean, you could go longer, but rule of thumb is, you know, a week or 2 and then a week off. I've even used this, that's why I got quiet for a moment. I've even used this to treat emphysema, but the difficulty with emphysema is if you increase oxygen levels in the lungs, it throws them into a crisis. So treating it also internally is actually more preferable than through inhalation. Cinnamon leaf, good for a body stimulant, any sort of infection, improving digestive function, good for candida, good for just fatigue, brain fatigue. Diarrhea, like it's one of the better treatments for diarrhea. And it helps to reinstate or strengthen the muscle movement through the digestive tract, peristalsis. And so very good for the digestive system. So also very good for depression. You know, I'd probably do different things with it, but there have been times where that's all I did for a person and it undid it. So cystis, you know, cystis is very astringent, so it can reduce internal bleeding. It does harmonize the 2 sides of the brain, and also very good for meditation because of the harmony between the 2 sides of the brain. Very good for that. And then coriander settles the digestive tract, flatulence, tonic. The other thing about coriander is it also is very good about pulling heavy metals out of the system. And so, you know, I didn't put that down, but it's something that you could use that for. It's a very old school treatment for that. Cypress. So nervous cough, lymphatic stagnation, treatment for loose lips. And this is the bizarrest thing, but like when I used to do corporate setting, we'd have meetings and there was a couple different applications of this, but one in particular, like we'd have a meeting and we go, okay, don't talk about it with any of the other employees until we've put a policy in place or whatever. So nobody talk about it until we say it's okay to talk about it. And it wasn't so much me saying it, it was like the person who was in charge. And this one person every time would walk out and before the door was even closed, would just start blabbing it to other people where you could audibly hear it. And they were like, we just got to say, don't say anything because we need to put things in place. And I tried doing healings with that person, nothing was working. And so I started giving him cypress, like 2 or 3 drops in water. And And I didn't tell him it was for loose lips, but it was for loose lips. Worked like a charm. So cypress can be good. You know, here I'm saying loose lips, but like if you had like just excessive diarrhea or excessive vomiting, excessive anything where it's just coming out without even thinking about it in any of the, you know, your mouth or the other end. A cypress can be very helpful. You know, it can calm things down. And one of the other things that taking it internally is good for is hemorrhoids. You know, if you take it a lot of times, even just a few times, it will reduce hemorrhoids quite substantially. So internally, I've even used it somewhat as a tonic for varicose veins. And it doesn't make them go away, but it definitely calms them down and reduces them somewhat. So that could be a good thing. Helichrysum. Helichrysum is good for cholesterol, taken internally. And sometimes the liver gets sluggish, like it will kind of start to shut down a little bit. So you're kind of, whenever you take helichrysum internally, you're regenerating the liver somewhat, but you're jump-starting liver activity. And, you know, I use it for that from time to time, just as like maintenance. It's also good for if there is clotting concerns. I think I've shared one time, you know, there's a family in the US that they have this really super weird clotting disorder. And, you know, amongst the extended family, there's less than 100 of them. And doctors will study this family because just to understand like clotting disorders and things like this, you know, the formation of blood clots. And one of the family members was a client of mine for about a decade. And like, this is how serious it is. Like if she was to cross her legs, there's a good chance she might die from that. Like that's how much of a clotting issue she has. And you know, the medication for it, it's not like it's a big issue for a lot of people. So the medications were really expensive and really hard on the body because they weren't developing medications for this family. Like, you know, there's not a lot of people that buy them. So nobody was making stuff. So we put her on a pretty hefty dosage of helichrysum. And I mean, she could cross her legs, she could do whatever. She said she almost forgets that she has it. And then when she stops taking it, like she'll forget or she runs out. Within a few days, she can tell. And so clotting issues, it's very good for. Trauma and internal scar tissue, like down in the abdomen, or, you know, you've had a surgery or an injury. And then also just pain relief, you know, it's a thing to use for pain relief. And then fennel. Fennel has a little bit of a pain relieving property to it, but I'd say more than anything, it also has like a digestive component to it. But it calms your instinctive responses. So like if you're a person who gets triggered very easily, it calms that down somewhat. And in the kit that we did this little thing, I included it in this just because it's so calming and soothing to that instinctive response that the ones who did get the kit, I would take a couple of drops and put it in water right now and drink it and throw it back and see how it feels. But you know, it doesn't make you sleepy, it doesn't do anything, but it calms that part of your anatomy, physiology down. And so frankincense, immune deficiencies also can be very helpful in reducing hyperreactivity, so like allergies, things like this, to things in the environment. No, it's okay. inflammation, precursors to inflammation, and sometimes it's helpful in depression. Probably the reason it's helpful in depression is it also will jumpstart glands, your endocrine system, and most likely that's the reason why it's so good in treating depressive states. Greenland moss, great for recovery from chemo and radiation. It is very good for the liver. It is a liver regenerator. It's a liver stimulant. It's all about the liver for the Greenland moss. It is one of the best things for the liver if you're treating liver issues. Ginger for inflammation, digestive tonic. I would say even some pain syndrome sometimes, but inflammation and digestive tonic is pretty solid. Goldenrod, it is for nervousness and ANS imbalance. We use other things instead that aren't quite as expensive and are a little bit more available. We have goldenrod, but I don't talk about it very much. But it is good for that. Juniper. So the thing that juniper is probably best used for in casual internal is the diuretic effects, like making you pee, reducing swelling down in the legs, things like this. You can use it for arthritic conditions. You can use it for pain syndromes. But the big thing is the ability to reduce inflammation, or not inflammation, edema down in the legs. Lavender. So stress, relaxation, again, another one for mental stress, can be used internally for some sleep issues. And I have used it for people who, like it eases the cravings. Here I say accompanying low blood sugar, just like weird cravings. Sometimes lavender will knock that out. Lemon. I'm going to look this up here for a second because there's all kinds of things that lemon is good for. If you were to say, like, if there was one oil that is just an amazing tonic essential oil to take internally, I would say fennel, or I would say lemon. Those two would be my go-to things. Lemon has more things that it does. So here I wrote induces detoxification, it's cleansing, it improves liver function, it helps to regulate mineral deficiencies, it thins down the blood. So thick blood can cause different kinds of health issues, and lemon thins down the blood. It reduces the blood viscosity, and it is good for the parasympathetic part of the nervous system. It's just not fast. Like, it's a long-term treatment for that. But any sort of infection of any kind, you could take lemon internally. And then how we were talking about before, increasing the white blood cell production in times of infection and to help normalize the body when the body's been sick, lemon is great for that. Feverish states, prevention of contagious diseases. It's not my first go-to thing, but it's helpful. It's very, very helpful. Loss of appetite, lemon can be super helpful for. Long-term treatment for arthritis, gout, degenerative joint issues, lemon can be very helpful for. I've even used it to treat like heartburn, stomach acid issues. In more severe cases where there's blockages in the heart, it can be helpful for that. So there's a thing like there's varicose veins, which is helpful for, but sometimes what happens is the veins become very fragile, like, they'll break very easily. Sometimes it happens because the skin is too thin, or you just break vessels, or bruise real easy, or bleed under the skin very easily. Lemon is incredibly good for that. There can be a vitamin C deficiency, but even a vitamin C deficiency, the lemon will help to offset that. Can be helpful in hypertension just because of the thinning of the blood. And I've used it to treat anemia, those would be more serious conditions. Here we're talking about everyday basics, but lemon is like, it would be considered a cure-all. You can treat a lot of different things with it. It will normalize a lot of the body's processes, and incredibly beneficial, especially over long-term use. Long-term use. At this point, we're about halfway through. Do you want to ask some questions? I can keep going, but if you have questions, you can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, let's ask some questions. Go ahead, Sahaja.
Hi there. Thank you. That was fantastic, all that you just gave us. And I just had a question. I was actually typing it in, but Greenland moss, you said, is good for chemotherapy.
Yeah, I would use it actually after the chemo. During, let the chemo do what it's going to do and then clean it up afterwards. You don't want to flush the chemo out right when it goes in just because you want it to do what it's going to do.
Right.
But one of the best ways to help a person rebound after the chemotherapy is to give them Greenland moss. It cleans up the effects of the chemo, and it helps to regenerate the liver that got impacted so hard from the chemo.
So you're saying after the chemo, meaning after each session or after the whole?
No, like say, sometimes they'll do 6 sessions over 6 weeks. I do it after 6 weeks.
Okay, great. My second question, thank you, that's really helpful. Okay, so I've been taking a few things internally for about a year or so. And I noticed that I am it sort of comes out of my skin or something, like there is some definite, I want to say odor, that sort of emanates from my skin after, and I'm not sure which one. I'm trying to sort of narrow it down to either clove or a cholesterol support. But I'm just wondering if that is something anybody else has ever experienced.
I've had a little bit of that, especially when I've done big dosages of something. I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. It's just, it will start to affect some of the body's excretions and things like that. But yeah.
I mean, I don't mind it. It's just like, oh, this is weird. I drank my essential oil, and it always comes out after I've done the essential oils. So I know the connection's there. And I wonder, did I take too much or,
No, it's probably okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And my last thing I want to say is thank you for doing this specific piece. It's so helpful. I mean, all of it is great and helpful. And I've missed some of the class because of other things I had to do this weekend, but I'm so glad I got in on this last piece.
Oh, good.
It's like, wow, this is amazing. It just answers so many questions.
Yeah. Like you said, it answers things, and like each one I could have dropped down and had like a whole bunch of things for each one. But here we're talking about everyday basics where, you're not trying to cure some big, crazy condition. You're just like, what do I do if I have a headache? What if I do if this? What if I do if I have a little heartburn? What if I do if I, have a little diarrhea or something, like, what do I do? And this is just like kind of a quick reference thing of things you could do.
It's definitely so helpful and so clear. So I just want to say I appreciate it and thank you so
Well,
much.
thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Letty, then Robert.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. So another question, really quick. My assistant has had this nail fungus, and I know tea tree is good for nail fungus, but she's been taking like different types of medication orally, and she's not has been able to get rid of that nail fungus on her toes. But I was just kind of wondering if maybe if she would start, like, first of all, like what's going on that her medication is not working, and then second, wondering if lemon would be
Lemon
something
could be
to consider.
helpful, and the other thing that I would probably use is cinnamon internally, and you could mix the two. Like for that particular case, you could mix the two, or take them at the same time. The fungal overgrowths, cinnamon can be used for longer periods of time. Savory can also be helpful. Tea tree can be used topically, but also putting things that have menthol in them can also be effective. And so like peppermint, corn mint on the area. And the thing is you almost want to get it like with put some in with, like, say, a little bit of Vaseline and like mix it up and then blob it on the nail, because the petroleum jelly will make it last a lot longer on that nail fungus, where you put peppermint on and then after a few minutes it dries up, and you're not breaking enough of the cycle. Where if you smother it with the petroleum jelly and it's got peppermint or corn mint in it, it will start to knock out that fungus.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Robert, then Peggy.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. 3 questions.
Hey, how's the storm out there for you guys?
It's actually pretty mild.
Okay.
We just passed half an inch of rain.
Okay.
So they were projecting 4 inches originally.
Yeah.
So not too bad. Some areas
Not
have
too
it
bad.
worse. But so the first question, I did not see galbanum in the list.
Really? That is an error on my part. So
it is my favorite.
Yeah, like that will have to be added because that should have been in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I got goldenrod in there, but didn't get galbanum. Yeah, galbanum, very good for any sort of pain syndrome, agitation, and I don't know the kind of the clinical term, but like, sometimes you just feel off, like, not necessarily triggered, but you're like, you're starting to get a little cranky and you're like, I don't feel good. I don't this, I that. You take a little bit of galbanum and just the world is good again.
Yep.
I can't believe I left galbanum out.
Okay, so the other 2 questions aren't anywhere like that one. They're about the section on cinnamon.
Mm-hmm.
And you said cinnamon leaf. Does cinnamon bark work there as well?
Cinnamon bark works. It's a bit stronger. And so a lot of times I just talk about leaf just because the bark is so strong. Leaf is easier for somebody to manage. It's not as burny, like on the lips and stuff. And so usually we go cinnamon leaf, but bark is just the same thing, but stronger.
Okay. And you say in the application, 1 drop on a sugar cube every 2 hours. What's the sugar cube about?
It's like an old school way of doing it. You can do it in water, but like sometimes the getting it like in a piece of food gets it to like the different part of the digestive tract.
Okay.
And so you don't have to do it that way, but sometimes it's a little bit better to put on like a little piece of bread or a little sugar cube or something. When I was first taught how to do things internal, we didn't even put things in water. We just did it all on either a piece of bread or a sugar cube, or we'd open up charcoal capsules, put a couple drops in. The charcoal capsule is okay, but most times I usually do water, or I'll occasionally add food or a sugar cube. I haven't done a sugar cube in ages. I just will put on a little piece of bread or something.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Dorothy.
Two questions.
Mhm.
One of them is, I'm still alive. So I've been overdosing like crazy because I can't figure out what one drop is. You know, it says like put 3 drops in water and drink it.
Mhm.
And I have no idea how much I'm getting out because sometimes it doesn't seem like it's coming out. So I go poop and I
Yeah,
get a
just
poop.
when you turn it upside down, just kind of watch it, and you'll tilt the bottle at like a 45-degree angle, and you'll start to see how many drops comes out.
Well, I'm still alive. So if I've been overdosing, clove is good for me.
Yeah, it's very good for you.
Yeah, I know. Thyroid anti. Okay,
Boy,
so
you know what? I don't know that clove even made the mix.
oh
Huh,
no,
I'm gonna have to revisit this list. Yeah,
because we love this list. I mean, this
Yeah.
list, this is the list for me. Thank you. So I've got a new client, and she is unfortunately going through the oncologist gonna scare the shit out of you route. And she's about to have brain radiation. Will Greenland moss actually help after? I mean, this is her 3rd time around, and
for radiation, I would probably do holy basil.
how much? Just internal?
2 or 3 drops.
Okay.
Yeah, holy basil is a little bit better for radiation.
Okay, she's probably also had chemo, so I'm pretty sure she has. So
Yeah, if you're trying to help her recover from chemo, then the Greenland moss. But for the radiation, the holy basil.
okay, give her both of them and
Yeah, there
internal
you-
both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so
Pray
welcome.
for her.
And then go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
2 questions.
Mhm.
In one of the classes that I took with you in the past, recent past, someone said they put cinnamon in their coffee every morning.
Yep. Mhm.
And it sounded like a good idea,
Sure.
but I don't remember what she did it for.
Usually it's for energy levels and strengthen the brain.
The brain. Well, that's good
Yeah.
information.
It's an overall body stimulant, like in the morning you're doing coffee for the caffeine to wake you up, or it's part of your morning routine. But there's a few really good body stimulants that just make all the body's processes work better. And one is peppermint and one is cinnamon. So either one of those is a good way to start the day, because you're just jump starting the body. A lot of times people choose cinnamon just because energy levels are usually a little bit better with cinnamon.
Would you ever mix them? I mean, just
Cinnamon and peppermint, you know how like you might have relatives that just like as soon as they see each other, they don't like each other. That's cinnamon and peppermint. Like,
Okay,
keep
good
them
to
in
know.
separate rooms. Like keep them away from each other. Like I knew this one person, I don't know if it was related to the essential oils, but like when you get 2 people who don't like each other like that, they're just obnoxious. I knew this obnoxious person that he liked to mix cinnamon and peppermint. And I was like, is the oils making him obnoxious, or is he drawn to that blend because he's obnoxious? It's almost like it amplifies negative qualities. Like when you mix them. Does it, like I've seen other people do it and it's been not the case, but You know, I was talking it out with a friend of mine that's an old school medical aromatherapist, and as we were talking we both decided like that blend, it's almost like if you wanted to make like a blend for like being obnoxious, like that would be the blend. You know what I mean? It's just they're too at odds with each other. Like essential oils, a lot of times they'll work well with each other, but there's some dominating personalities within the oils that like you kind of let them be in a blend by themselves. Peppermint and cinnamon are definitely in that genre of things. Another one you wouldn't think this, but another one is tea tree. Tea tree's a little bit more dominating than you would think. Savory can be that way, but savory and cinnamon get along. Like, so it's, you know how they have the good old boy network, they have the good old oil network. You know, some of them get along with each other and some of them can't stand each other. You know, same thing with people is the same thing with oils.
Well, that's kind of what my next question is about. I'm sorry, I'm going back to the foot bath.
No, that's fine.
You said do the oil, if you're doing an oil on a foot bath, just do one, not mix them.
Right.
But yesterday I asked the question about putting the oils in a regular bath, you know, tub bath. And that I got the impression that we could mix them.
No, it's still not a good idea for any application, because when you mix them, they don't always translate to the properties. So you're creating something that's different and it's not always doing what you wanted. Now you could have your bath with one oil and be inhaling another one. Now that's totally fine. But mixing them in the tub or mixing them, you know, like if you mix lavender and tea tree, it's going to be fine. But it's not going to do what tea tree does. It's going to do what lavender and tea tree does. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, and the reason
sometimes the properties change because of they're mixed with. It becomes a new substance.
So I can see where I got the wrong impression, because we were doing that back and forth.
Right. Yeah. That's probably where you got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that good clarity. Thank you.
Good.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Peggy.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted.
Okay. Is it unmuted?
Yeah.
What did you say clove does?
Well, for this in like a casual dosage, it's a very good antispasmodic for the gut. It's very good for reducing neuralgia or nerve pain. And then it's very good for the thyroid.
The what line?
Thyroid.
Will it correct thyroid?
It can. It helps to correct imbalances over a period of time. It can be helpful, but it depends on how far gone the thyroid is.
And it's still 1 to 3 drops.
Yeah, 1 to 3 drops. Perfect.
And you said you said thyroid balance, and the other two were what?
Gastric spasms and nerve pain.
Okay.
Yeah. Clove is really amazing. Like you could use clove for all kinds of things, but you know, we're just talking about like kind of casual things, everyday things. Like those are pretty solid, you know. You could use it to treat a wide range of digestive issues, but that would start being real specific and, you know, usually involved with using other things to treat it. But clove is pretty nice. It's a great pain reliever, but it usually needs to be blended with stuff or taken internal. You know, putting it on topically, it's too strong by itself. Like you need to mix it with things.
Okay. All right, is like cinnamon leaf, is that as strong as peppermint?
As far as like stimulating the body,
Yeah.
yeah, they're both pretty strong. Yeah.
Okay.
For me, I tend to go cinnamon over the peppermint, just because it's also increases energy levels and reduces fatigue. Peppermint is good, but it doesn't quite increase energy levels the way cinnamon does. So I usually use cinnamon for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Cinnamon is good if the fatigue is because of digestive issues. Like if the digestive tract has just been plagued by all kinds of dysfunction and just not working right, and that's when I would use peppermint over cinnamon.
Well, my whole alimentary canal is it's low peristalsis.
Again, I would do cinnamon for that. Yeah. Yeah. Cinnamon will help to improve that more so than peppermint.
Okay.
No, like I say, they don't mix, but you could use one and then a little bit later in the day, you could use the other one. I just wouldn't blend them together in the same concoction.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Letty.
Okay, I was writing slower than I was thinking or hearing or something. So holy basil is for chemo or
just radiation.
Radiation. Okay, question. If they've already gone through their chemo, can they do their Greenland moss?
You want it to be after the fact. You don't want it during. You want to let them have their chemo, let the chemo do its thing for a bit, and then do the Greenland moss. Yeah.
But can you do Greenland moss while you're doing radiation? Or should you wait?
Yes, no, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the radiation sites for chemo, or excuse me, for the, the radiation burns, lavender, helichrysum, and later on, when they keep burning the same spot, I'll add calendula sometimes. It can be, that combination can be very helpful for the radiation burn.
Just topical.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I actually like to mix it in aloe vera, because the aloe vera also is very soothing to the burn sites. And it's a way to like not overwhelm the skin in that area and calm it down and soothe it down. And so, yeah, that's the combo I like.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Letty, then Dorothy.
Hey, Letty.
Hi, Greg. I'm sorry, another question. And this was just a thought. I just wondering about, the Vicks Vapor Rub, if we could add, since that already has menthol, like, could we just add more to it and use it for the nail fungus? Yeah,
totally. Yeah. Okay. In fact, the very first time I ever heard about that was a doctor telling me about Vicks Vapor Rub on toe funguses. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. It's fake menthol. It's a chemical source. It's not a plant source. Usually when they make genuine menthol, they break up corn mint and they extract just the menthol out of the corn mint. So they call it, I think they call it fractionated, something like that. And that would be considered like like an organic source, but even the synthetic menthol will knock it out. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greg, another question, not to create more work for you, but I was just wondering if you were going to add any oil blends to this list, like the cholesterol
Eventually.
support
Yeah.
and the ANS support.
And
Okay.
I'm going to add clove and galbanum because apparently I left those out. I'm
And
sure
how
there's
about
more, but
turmeric as well?
turmeric is another one that I left out. And did I put myrrh in? Did I even put myrrh in? Yeah, I did myrrh. Okay. Like I didn't do lemon verbena. Like there's a bunch of
Sorry,
things.
I'm not trying to create more work for you, Greg,
No,
or
it's okay.
myself, but it's just like, important
You
ones.
know, it cracks me up because when I'm writing this, I was like, man, this is solid. I nailed everything. And then I started going through it and I was like, I left out several pieces. You know, that's the thing, like my brain, like I can handle when I'm doing a process, because I get the process, but here it's not really a process. It's like, this is for this is for that, this is for this. And my brain just can't process it all. So.
Yeah, well, I was telling Sam, I said, well, we can always just, add things or fix it as we go.
Yeah. But hey, Menarda made it. Like I'm going through and looking at it, I'm like, okay. Anyway.
To be continued.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
So clove is for thyroid. Isn't that what you just said?
Yes.
And if I want to put cinnamon and lemon in green tea, that would be a good mix.
Yeah, that would be fine.
And back to the bath, lavender, I used to put lavender in every bath, and then if I wanted something else in it, I would put that in. Is that did I misunderstand something there?
Mixing things with lavender.
Yeah.
Whenever you mix things, it's going to change it into something different. So it would depend on what it is. A lot of times I would just say, like, if you're going to do a single oil, just stick with a single oil and don't mix them very much.
Okay, just leave the lavender
Just
out.
let the lavender bath be a lavender bath.
Let what?
Let the lavender bath be a lavender bath.
Oh, okay. Everything is a single bath. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, I muted the wrong one. Sorry, Deborah. Sorry, Deborah, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, and we get
There
there?
you go. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I was curious about eucalyptus. I noticed you've listed it, and you have lots of different eucalyptus. I know Clary, that's different. So a couple of weekends ago, you had mentioned the smithy was an excellent substitute for something that was a lot more expensive for a bath. And I'm wondering, did you not break down the eucalyptuses because a lot of them can be used interchangeably, or was there a thought behind that?
Can be used interchangeably. They do have different properties to them, and so like when we're talking about, like, that was for cleaning the aura, the best one for that is the eucalyptus smithy. Like, it is really good for cleaning the aura. The other ones are okay, but they don't have quite the property of like doing it with lavender or eucalyptus smithy or something like that. And so they hit different areas or hit like different targets. And so for the salt bath for rapidly cleaning the aura, that smithy is your best bet. Yeah.
Okay. And well, that was the main thing that kept popping up throughout the day, is I didn't see many of the eucalyptuses, it was just usually just flat out eucalyptus. So
Yeah, like they're all always good for respiratory issues, and they're always good for immune support. But even there, like Radiata is probably a better antiviral than Polybract or Globulus. And so I'm in the process of doing a little write-up for all the different kinds of eucalyptus, and we're going to have it in one of the upcoming newsletters in the next week or two.
great.
And so that way you can kind of go through and look at like all the different eucalyptuses and like how to use them. And like for sinus issues, I would use like more of a Radiata or a Polybroct. But if there was joint issues or like more down in the lungs, I would use Globulus, but I would apply it more to the back, you know, or to a joint. So there is going to be some different applications because the properties are different. They do have a different chemistry from each one, you know, from one to the other to the other. And so, and then some of them smell like lemons. And so they have a whole different set of properties. And so, yeah, I'm going to write them all out. I think we have, what did we figure out? Like a dozen different eucalyptuses. And so I think the ones that got the kit for this class, we did like a little sampler thing of 8 different eucalyptuses. I mean, it's just a way for you to start playing with them and start seeing what works. But like the Eucalyptus dives or dives, however you want to say it, it's got like a peppermint kind of smell to it. So a little bit better for the mental body and simulating the mind, but still very clearing. Several of them are good for breaking fevers, but I'm going to go through and break that down a little bit more systematically. But as far as like cleaning the aura, I mean, they all would have a cleansing effect, but that Smithy is like the go-to one out of all the eucalyptuses for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. You know, one of the things that I like to do with the eucalyptuses is like, you know, we have the Eucalyptus Supreme where I'll inhale that, but I like to kind of go through like that little kit that some of you guys got where it has like 8 different kinds. I'll sit and I'll go through the different eucalyptuses and just, you know, because they hit your mind and your respiratory tract a little bit differently. And when you blend them all together, it's just like what we were talking about with Dorothy. They kind of become something different. But when you experience each one, they do kind of different things a little bit. And so I just thought it would be a fun thing for you guys to kind of play with because, you know, that doesn't make the mix and a lot of things, but they're a fun thing to play with, especially for respiratory and immune oriented. And keep in mind, eucalyptus is very good for the mind, you know, cleaning up the mind, cleaning up thoughts, repetitive thoughts, clearing to the throat. Very, very good.
And go ahead, Sonia, and we do have things in the chat. So, go ahead, Deborah.
I just had one more thing. When you were talking about that oil that balanced the mind, I was wondering if using that would be in conjunction with the practice for the 3 brains, if it would all help.
It's going to be in the brain mapping. Yeah, that's what we're going to use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You're right on target with that. Yeah.
I just need all the help I can get. Thank you so much.
You and me both.
And then go ahead, Sonia. Yeah.
Is bergamot a Monarda?
Sometimes they'll refer to it Monarda, but it's something different in the essential oil world. That's why I call bergamot and Monarda. Sometimes in like the old herbal things, they'll refer to different plants in different ways, but Monarda and bergamot in essential oils, it's a different plant.
I see. I was wondering because like Monarda is in the Latin name, it's part of the Latin name for.
Right.
And so I was just wondering if it was the same.
Yeah.
On the cardamom, would you take it before or after a meal to help with the digestion?
I would probably take it after.
when you were talking about the example of the person with the blood clotting, were you referring to the blue-skinned Kentucky mountain family?
No. No, this family is actually, they're not blue-skinned. I actually know who you're talking about. This is a family down out of Mississippi.
Could Greg say more about the helichrysum and cholesterol lowering?
Yeah, like rosemary and cypress combined is very good for reducing cholesterol. Sometimes the combination of rosemary and Spanish sage can work, but because of that it jumpstarts some of the liver functions, helichrysum does have a lowering effect on cholesterol. Yeah.
How would helichrysum be used for cholesterol, and should it be used if one is taking red yeast rice?
Yeah, you can still take it with red rice yeast. You would take a couple of drops internally. Yeah.
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 internal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just see. Mm,
Can I ask,
Yeah,
does
go ahead, please. Yep,
does
you're good.
helichrysum, does it cleanse the spine too? You know, I know it does so many things.
Yeah, internally, probably not so much, but in a foot bath or between your toes, substantially.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
And,
Thank you.
you know, one that I used to play with a little bit between the toes for the spine was actually lemon.
Oh, really?
Works better, but like, you know, if you couldn't find your helichrysum, like throw a little lemon there and it's like weird, but it kind of opened up the back a little bit. And yeah, you know, sometimes when you have a back issue, you try to throw everything at it, and that could definitely be one of them. You know, and if you can't get to the foot bath, do the thing between the toes.
Okay, so the
You know,
lemon.
you're kind of like putting it like between the toes like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's excellent. And so helichrysum or the lemon oil, both of them work really well, but
Helichrysum works better, but
Yeah.
like you know, one time I couldn't find my helichrysum, and so I was like, what else could I use? And I tried a couple of things, nothing. I put the lemon on, and I was like, it did something, you know. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much. I
welcome.
appreciate it.
What internal oil to take for warts, or is that just topical, or is it
Topical.
both?
Yeah, topical. Yeah.
For holy basil for radiation, do you need to wait till all treatments are over?
No.
Is clove good for gut parasites?
Yeah, actually it is. So is cinnamon.
When we are inhaling an oil, like during a bath, do we need to be putting our attention on any specific place? I inhale immune support daily. Do I need my attention someplace specific?
Nope, you can just inhale it. Yeah. Now, if you're doing the process like we did at the morning, you know, that's a little bit more involved. But if you're just in a bath and you're just inhaling, just inhale. Don't worry about putting it in your attention anywhere. That's fine.
Which oil is good orally for ADHD?
Orally, not a lot. Yeah, that's a kind of a complex thing that you have to treat. Just to take something orally, yeah, nothing really.
What eucalyptus is good for breaking up thought habits? If I remember correctly, Greg mentioned it a while back, breaking up repetitive thinking.
Yeah, Radiata, Polybrot, Smithy would work, Deeves would work. I find that Eucalyptus citrodora is good for fear-oriented thinking. But yeah.
What is the ratio of rosemary to cypress to reduce?
2 to 1.
2 rosemary, 1 cypress?
Yes.
Okay. What was the oil topically for warts?
Thuja. Tea tree will work. I find Thuja is stronger.
Good questions again, guys.
Yeah, let's, we're starting to talk a little bit, but let's take a little break. So we'll come back about a quarter till and we'll pick up where we left off. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're mid-page on page 23. We'll do a little bit more and then we'll still do some little Q&A and everything. You'll still have more time to ask questions. So we're on Marjoram, number 21. So Marjoram, very good for relaxation, taking the body out of fight flight, very calming, very soothing, fortifying to the vagus nerve. Why else would you take it? Just in like an everyday basics thing, just calming and soothing more than anything. If you're feeling super stressed out, it's a way to calm things down. I like to actually even do it sometimes as a gargle, just to take some of the tension out of the mouth, like the jaws and things, and even put a couple drops and like kind of swab the gum line in the jaws with it. I find it very relaxing to the jaws, but mastic. Mastic's very interesting because it is a lymphatic decongestant taken internally, and it's very good for the prostate. If the prostate is swollen, getting big, like congested, mastic taken over a period of time can be very helpful. I think in the Greek tradition, they usually use mastic after a meal. Like they take a little bit of mastic after a meal. Yeah. I would imagine it helps in digestion in a bit, but probably a little bit more for just the lymphatic decongestant part. And Melissa, boy, if you have like bouts of like anger or even fears, Melissa can be a thing that you can use in the moment. If you use Melissa on a regular basis, it will diminish the tendency to generate lower emotions. Very good antiviral, very good for cardiac fatigue, very good for palpitations. And like I said, antiviral, calming, soothing, fortifying to the nerves, can treat some forms of depression. Melissa is amazing. It's in one of my, I say daily, but I probably only take it 4 or 5 times during the week. But it's one of the ones that I'm playing with to see like if we can make a standardized treatment for blood pressure. And Melissa is one of the ones that we're checking out pretty hard for that. So anyway, Monarda, both Melissa and Monarda are 2 of the best antivirals there are, especially for contagious conditions like COVID and things like that. Monarda and Melissa were my go-to for that. Monarda will help a sore throat if it's due to like the teeth, like the gums or the teeth, like there's an issue up there that it eventually causes a sore throat. Monarda is good for that. A little bit better than Bayloral, but for just regular sore throats, Bayloral is so much better. So myrrh, good for the gums, good for taken internally, very good for the glands, the endocrine system, incredibly good for pain. Like it will help diminish pain a lot like Galbanum. Very good for that. Green myrtle can be used for thyroid issues. A lot of times I use clove instead, but green myrtle does work. Red myrtle, very good for sinus issues, be it inhaled or taken internally. Oregano is good for fatigue. It's good for wiping out some forms of infection. Really incredibly good for clearing up the tonsils. Really super good for that. Palo Santo anxiety, stress, OCD. You know, we had this thing where I was looking at a bunch of different individuals that had OCD, and we were looking at several different oils of like how to just do some maintenance, like not a hardcore treatment, but just helping people maintain in their everyday life. And, you know, I looked at several things. I was looking at mugwort. I looked at different things. The one that really kind of came out as the shining like thing to go to was Palo Santo. Palo Santo helped diminish, when taken internally over a period of time, helped diminish tendencies for OCD, helped to diminish anxiety, helped to diminish like over stimulation that would lead to stress, things of this nature. Palo Santo is really quite good for that. Very good cleanser, like a very good cleanser. I actually even use it sometimes as for pain, but it's because of the cleansing effect. Like if you were to take something like antibiotics or like a ibuprofen or pain med or something, and you took it with Palo Santo, the Palo Santo would make the antibiotics or the pain reliever work better. You know, it doesn't do it with all medications, but with those two, it definitely makes them work better. Peppermint, good body stimulant, good for nausea. You know, like I said, jump starting the body. It's very good for initiating the early stages of the liver detoxifying, like jump starting the liver or helping the liver to detoxify. Peppermint is what you do in the very early stages. Any sort of digestive issue, blended with a couple other things, it can be even good for inner ear imbalances and things like this. Peppermint is a little too strong for little kids. You know, sometimes I hear stories of other practitioners, you know, not from our circle, but from other circles, utilizing peppermint for little kids. You know, there's this one company that suggested medical aromatherapy. It is way too strong for a little kid. You know, it's just too overstimulating. So here we have Ravinsara and Ravintsara. They are spelled, you know, almost identically, but they are two different plants. Ravinsara I use a lot for fatigue and strengthening the body, viral issues. It's a really good antiviral. And it's what we would call like a tonic or a terrain treatment, where you're not treating something specifically, but you're just trying to get the body to be like in a better place. And when it's in a better place, it functions better. And energetically, you could say raising the vibration, but in medical aromatherapy, we call it a terrain treatment. The Ravintsara we use as like a nerve tonic for depression. It can be used for pain syndromes, respiratory issues. In certain circles, they view Ravintsara as almost like a magic bullet when it comes to like a nerve tonic. And you know, I think it depends on what part of the nervous system you're targeting. You know, this seems to be very general, where a lot of times we're talking about the central nervous system or the fight flight or the rest and repair, where this is just generally kind of fortifying. The good old-fashioned rosemary verbena. So digestion, liver issues, super good for circulation to the brain, very good for cholesterol. For sinuses, a few drops taken daily, even two or three times a day, can help over a period of a few days really resolve the sinus issues. It increases circulation to the mucous membranes, reduces inflammation, helps the body regulate. Like anytime there's like imbalances in the body and you're not quite sure what to do, rosemary verbena can be the first go-to thing. Like when you have a condition, you're like, God, the body's just like out of whack. Like, you know, how like sometimes you can't say it's this or that. A lot of times that is the nervous system, but regardless, like rosemary is a very good beginning part of that treatment, and sometimes will do the whole job or at least get the ball rolling. Like when there's a bunch of things going on in the body, or if there's a bunch of imbalances, rosemary verbena is a good first step. Yeah, very good first step. Good for digestion, good for the nervous system, good for brain circulation. You know, it moves blood to the brain. Good for arthritis, good for the gut, you know. Can't say enough good things about rosemary. Even has some energetic protective qualities to it. It's a very nice oil and inexpensive. You know, there's a few different kinds of rosemary. There's regular rosemary, there's rosemary verbena, and then there's rosemary camphor. Then you have rosemaries that are normal rosemary, but from like you know, the blue Tuscan rosemary. It's almost a perfume quality rosemary. And there's a rosemary that comes out of Provence, like it's a kind of a fancy rosemary. But you know, rosemary had been like adulterated and hybrids and, you know, crossbred for so long that, you know, when you go to like the hardcore medical aromatherapists and, you know, they have the chemical look layout of what real rosemary looks like. You know, they have that for a lot of plants, but rosemary is really hard because it's gone through so many changes. And so no one ever really can say like, oh, this is the true original rosemary. But I'd say several people who are leading experts, I don't even know if they're alive anymore, but leading experts say that rosemary verbena is probably the closest thing to the true old school rosemary of several hundred years ago. You know, now we have all these like variations and different chemotypes, and but anyway. St. John's wort, emotional states. St. John's wort is an incredibly good blood purifier, to the point where if you're on a lot of medications, don't take it because it will drain the medications out of you. Very good for stress, and it's a little euphoric just because of the impact on serotonin and how that elevates the mood and things like that. I used to make a thing where I mixed St. John's wort, Melissa, Kava, and I think it was valerian. And I used to give it to the athletes because you probably have heard me say this. Traveling with girl athletes was so much easier than traveling with boy athletes, because girl athletes would go off and cry, and then they'd come back and they kind of clean themselves out. Like they cleaned out the emotion, they cried it out, and they were fine. Boys just get cranky with each other and they would start fighting with each other. So after 3 or 4 days, like the van rides to going wherever we were going were just tense. Like they were just never, even everybody liked each other and everybody was just cranky. And I used to make that blend and give it to those guys because I was like, you guys are just, if you're not going to go have a good cry, you drink this because you guys are just obnoxious. And it worked pretty good. Like I just used to call it my nerve tonic. I would go, it's time for you to have a nerve tonic. And I'd put it in a little bit of alcohol and water and just have them shoot it. And all of a sudden they'd be getting along with each other. It was always quite hysterical, but it's because it elevates the serotonin and makes them feel good. It's a little bit, you know, it's not like you feel high, but your mood is elevated, and they would get along with each other. So, yeah, that's that. So tarragon, very good for shock. shock is a temporary disruption in the rest and repair mode. Like, you get a little bit of blindsided by something. It could be even not just a stressful event, but it could be like you roll your ankle and twist your ankle, or you get an injury. First thing you do is like you inhale Tarragon, but taking a couple of drops, even better. Settling to the gut. It's what I used to use to treat sometimes whiplash, car accident people, just because it would be so settling to the gut and soothing to the emotions, and it has antispasmodic properties. Good for a lot of reasons. It's just calming and soothing. Very strengthening to the vagus nerve, and for a lot of different kinds of digestive issues, it's a tonic effect and or a treatment for a lot of things. Even like if somebody like on their cycle, their menstrual cycle or something, where they're crampy or they start to feel a little bit of emotions or something, a couple drops of Tarragon, it's helpful. And as men get older, they don't have a cycle like women, but they have like a little cycle that they go through where they'll get the crankies for little periods of time. And it's harder to gauge, but when you feel that coming on, a few drops of Tarragon, it will knock it right out. So if somebody, like you have your partner and he's being a little cranky and everything, go, I have this wonderful thing that's going to help your digestion, and nod, wink, wink. It's to get rid of the crankies. Whenever I am wearing oils or putting oils in with the family, I always tell them it's either for stress or to prevent colds and flus. Nobody ever questions it after that. When I used to be in the conference rooms and in corporate settings, I'd set up diffusers of, usually it was hyssop, to diminish the conflict between people, to reduce the absorbing of negativity between everybody. But if somebody came in and said, why are you diffusing that? And I said that, they'd be, but if I went, oh, it's cold and flus, and I'm talking about like military, like colonels and things like that, they'd go, ugh. It's good for colds and flus, but it was for people to not be going after each other. But you don't have to tell them why you're doing it. You can just tell them like, hey, it's good for digestion. So anyway. Tea tree. Tea tree is amazing. They used to give it to the English army to carry, the soldiers to carry in their pack, because it was good for wounds, it was good for respiratory issues, it had pain relieving properties, it was good for foot funguses, it was just good for so many things. So here internally, you could say using it for like an immune tonic, you'd use it for candida, but one of the things that it's really good for is cystitis. Like you have a little bit of a urinary tract infection or a little bit of inflammation in the bladder or the urinary tract. Every like 4 hours, take a couple of drops of tea tree, and it is very helpful. You need to do it kind of consistently. So every 4 hours, so you're going to do it like 3 or 4 times a day, maybe even 5 times a day. But if you do it kind of consistently, it will knock that out. There's a bunch of different kinds of thyme. Here I just talked about thyme thuyinol. Thyme thuyinol is very gentle, a lot like thyme linalool or thyme geranol. They're not overly hot. You can do bigger dosages. They're great over a long period of time. They're not too overstimulating, but very fortifying, good, like strengthening, like kind of gentle stimulant, and good for the immune system. This is what I would say for like really kind of any form of time, but especially like benchmark time, time Tuyano, red time, white time, time little, time journal. In times of an immune crisis of sorts, time can be a magic bullet for immunity. Not so much, I mean, it has a little bit of a preventative quality, but like when you're in the crisis, time can really turn things around very quickly. And sometimes you can give pretty big dosages. Like even when I was doing things on our ranch, and you know, the animals really can't tell you anything, and they would be having like an immune issue. There was a handful of things that I used to treat a wide variety of conditions. One of them is I would just throw a bunch of thyme down their throat, and weird infections in their ears and stuff would just go away, you know, wouldn't totally go away. Vitex, anything related to women's hormonal cycles, it can be good for prostate issues, but usually this is used more for women's cycles issues. So any irregularities in menstruation, premenopausal, menopause, PMS, any version of that, used daily, it can be very helpful. Now you can take it internal, or for this, you can just take a few drops and rub it into your temples. Both equally effective. Yeah. And then yarrow is very good for reducing inflammation. Nothing better for reducing internal bleeding, reducing bouts of diverticulitis, colitis, you know, anything where things are really inflamed, really painful, where there's bleeding, yarrow is like a go-to thing for that. So I would say internally too, deep-seated emotional wounds, you know, if you're trying to resolve. Yarrow, I wouldn't take daily for more than 3 weeks. Like you could go 3 weeks, take a week off, and then you could go another 3 weeks. If you take it daily over a long period of time, it will reduce the absorption of iron. So 3 weeks and then a week off. But let's go ahead and open it up to questions. And
Yeah, and you can unmute yourself. You can type in. I have some questions already in chat, but yeah, feel free to unmute yourself. I'm going to mute Greg just for a quick second.
That's kind of bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Dorothy.
This yarrow, you've got diverticulitis.
Mm-hmm.
But you say you have to be careful about how much you take.
You don't want to take it for long periods of time. And usually when you're treating diverticulitis, you're treating it when it's a flare-up. And so usually within a week or two, you're good, but you don't want to take it for longer than 3 weeks.
Okay. There was something that was said about 1 to 2. And I think rosemary was one part of it. Do you know what it was like it was 2 parts to take together, 1 to 2.
What was that for?
Circulation of, I don't know, cholesterol.
Oh, 2 parts rosemary to 1 part cypress.
Cypress.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess that's it.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you on.
Okay, I think I got, do you hear me?
Hmm?
Okay, I can't. What kinds of energies does tea tree clear?
What kind of what?
Energies. What kinds of things does it clear?
Like physically, or I'm not quite sure I understand it.
Well, does it have an effect on negative chords or stuff like that?
No, not necessarily on chords, or it's just bit like, if anything, I would say it's like kind of a colored prana, like it would be greenish, but not really a big impact on health rays, not a big impact on chords or anything like that. It's just more kind of a cleanser.
Cleanser. Okay.
Yeah.
And like basils are part of the mint family.
What's that?
Basils are part of the mint family.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look that up, but yeah.
What I read is anything that had oxymum, like holy basil, oxymums were part of the mint family. But I'm wondering, like one of the old directors at the FDA, before he retired, he did a long thing on holy basil because he felt it was one of those cure-all kinds of mother remedies. They put it under the altars in the Eastern Orthodox churches, and
I didn't know that, really.
yeah, and it's considered like a big mother remedy. And he was also interested in it because he said it had his name was Duke, last name, had potential for treating that illness that people got, that that illness that came out in the 60s that people got wasn't curable. That's they had a 5 medicine thing that they give them, and it came out strongly in the gay population.
In the 60s?
60s, 70s, yeah. That it's not considered curable, and it spread through exchange of bodily fluids. Anyway, he felt it was a big potential for possible cure with AIDS. It's AIDS. A long time ago, I did a report on it for a class, and I had sent it to you a long time ago, but I don't know if you ever got it. I emailed it. It was when you lived in Santa Fe.
Oh.
Well, anyway, do you know more about holy basil?
I have a bunch of notes on it, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll try to put that in a newsletter here sometime soon.
I'll see if I can. I've got that report someplace.
Okay.
But it particularly covered the FDA research on it that Duke did.
Okay.
It's in a book for herbal medicines that he
Okay.
also wrote. And anyway, that's it.
Okay.
And then some questions in the chat regarding the rosemary and cypress blend for cholesterol. How many drops per day?
2 or 3 drops daily.
Can this be taken indefinitely, or is
Yeah.
there a lower maintenance dose for long term?
Long term. Take it long term. That dosage easily long term.
Will St. John's wort drain medications if you wait a few hours after taking meds?
Will still drain it out of your system. Yeah. I mean, a little small dose, like a drop or 2, is not going to do it. But if you do it consistently, it will diminish the efficacy of your medications. It drains the medications out of your system.
Does tarragon help food poisoning?
Food poisoning is best treated, I find, with basil. Like I use basil for food poisoning, like my first go-to thing.
Do you need to use tea tree topically for wounds or toenail fungus, or does internally work?
Needs to be topical. Yeah.
What was said to be good for leg cramps, especially night cramps?
Not internal, but topically, marjoram. Put a few drops on each leg and keep it by the nightstand. And if you start to get cramps, even in your calves, if you put it on your thigh, it will take the cramp out.
Which essential oils did Greg like for rubbing on the gums?
You can use myrrh, you could use fennel, you could use cypress, even bay laurel.
I know he said mint for toenail fungus, wondering about tea tree.
Tea tree will work. Menthol usually works a little bit better, but tea tree will work. Okay, well, we still have a little bit of time, so how about we end with doing a little bit more practice with the 2 oil technique that we would kind of practice in the bath. So pull out 2 oils that you like.
Just any tips for the kit that we got?
Yeah, so the fennel, you can see here, is good for internal. The eucalyptuses, like how we're doing this little bath thing, I would go through and do that. Tea tree could use internal, and you can use topical. I would use it over a period of time to strengthen and fortify the immune system. But like here, like I think we were talking earlier, like use one of the eucalyptuses and one of the tea tree, and do it for this practice we're about to do. And there was one other thing.
There was lemon.
Oh, lemon is just internal for daily, like, boy, use that like vitamins. Like you just every day take the lemon, 3 or 4 drops. It is one of the best, like, kind of tonic oils that you could use for something like that.
I feel like there was one more, but if there was one more and we missed, just let me know.
Let me see here. I tried to give you like a couple of things, like the eucalyptuses. You could play with it when we were doing this like bathtub thing, and then the fennel, the tea tree, the lemon were more for tea tree would be for salt baths and for some other things, but those 3 also would be for things internal. And then everyday basics, I think, is number 3. Silver fennel and chakra root cleanser.
Yeah.
How about chakra root cleansers in a bunch of like the baths and like tonics and ointments and things, but there's nothing better than a chakra root cleanser bath. How about the ones that have the kit? Pull out the chakra root cleanser and then one of the eucalyptuses. And remember, you're going to put one on the chest and 1 you're going to inhale. And the ones who have the kit, how about we inhale chakra root cleanser and you put one of the eucalyptuses on your chest. And let's have you take a couple of drops of fennel internally. A couple drops of water and take the fennel internally. Mm. Mm.
Oh, only if you have the kit.
Yeah, if you don't have it, don't worry about it. But, I tried to, in that little kit, make a little kind of package for, excuse me, things that you could use for everyday use, like a salt bath. A couple of the oils are for internal usages over a period of time. Fennel's, excuse me, I choked on my drink. Fennel's good to use long-term. Lemon's good to use long-term. The eucalyptuses are good for baths and inhalations.
And again, if you don't have fennel, no big deal. It was just a nice thing to like
Just a
bring
thing.
this together. So
Yeah. It's probably not something you would have gotten on your own, but I mean, I've been using it for a little while internally. I like the way it feels. So, and lemon is just like taking vitamins. It does so many things. It's a good way just to boost your overall vitality, taking it internally. Okay, so focus on some area in your body where you want healing. Okay, so you're focused in on your spot. You've got an oil on your chest. You're focused on your spot. Bottle up to your nose. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still focused on that spot. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still focused on that spot. Now just let go. Let go of the focus. Let go of the bottle by your nose. You're just relaxing. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. And you're inhaling or taking in the oil that's on your chest. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head, and just try to relax the different parts of your body. Focus on that part of your body again. Bottle up to your nose. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Just let the energy flow. Wherever you feel tension in your body, do your best to try to relax. Your awareness is on the floor of your pelvis, the perineum. Let that go. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. You're letting go. Your awareness is on the palms of your hands. And then the soles of your feet. And then just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Okay, we're going to do one more cycle. So again, focus on that body part, bottle to your nose. You're inhaling with your awareness on that spot, that same spot. And then just let go. Let go of the focus. Let go of the inhalation with the bottle. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You're just letting go. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You feel tension in your body, wherever you feel it. Regardless of what you're focusing on, just try to relax those pieces of your body. A little bit. Your awareness is on your perineum, the floor of your pelvis. And then just let go. Your awareness is on your palms. And then the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to the soles of your feet. And just be still. Just let go of everything. Just let it incubate for a moment. Hey, move yourself around, move your body around, check in with yourself. You want to share experiences or ask questions? I was just going to let you guys float off for the day, but if somebody wants to share or ask a question, go right ahead, unmute yourself or type in.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Very different class. Very nice. Thank you. Yes,
Oh, good.
answered a lot of my questions.
Good.
Most excellent. Couple of questions. Parcellus, or Parcellus, however you pronounce it.
Paracelsus.
Oh, yeah.
Paracelsus.
Mhm.
Is there ever an application for that to be taken internally?
No, it's got wormwood in it, so it's
Okay.
never an internal one. No,
Okay.
too strong. Yeah.
All right. So if I was looking for some for my stock, getting a 10 ml roller bottle might be a good application.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I mean, I do take salt baths with it from time to time. I don't do it often, but I do a lot of inhalation with it. A lot.
Okay. All right. I've had a history of low blood pressure my whole life. Is there an
Is it
oil?
low or high?
low,
Okay.
low.
Mhm.
I went into the doctors this week and it was 98/60 and they were not happy.
That's low. Yeah.
Yeah. So
hyssop. Daily use of hyssop will
daily
regulate blood
hyssop.
pressure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would be inhale
Yeah. Inhale. You
about
could even
60.
start putting 3 or 4 drops on your wrist, but
Mhm.
definitely a lot of inhalation.
Inhalation plus wrist.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like I said,
And
good
you
class,
are
answered a
taking
lot
a
of
cou-
questions.
You are taking a couple of drops of cinnamon in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. I'd keep up with that. Yeah.
Okay.
But add the hyssop.
Okay. All right. Now, do I need to back off the cinnamon every so often? Or I
No,
need to do that
I would
forever?
say be sure to keep doing the cinnamon.
Be sure to keep doing the cinnamon. 10-4. All right. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Troy.
Hey, Troy.
Let's get you unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hey, thank you for another great class.
My pleasure.
I just wanted to ask, you said something for a second there that I wanted to clarify about marjoram.
Uh-huh.
You're talking about putting it on externally, which I do all the time, but I've been taking it internally. That's okay, right?
Oh yeah, totally. In fact, it's in the list of internal things. It probably, I mean, it might help the spasms and the tension a bit, taken internal, probably more topical. But I was thinking about this for you. I wonder if even doing a little wintergreen on your hamstrings might be helpful. Because like wintergreen is for like really like chronic like spasms that have been held there for a long period of time. And the marjoram is good, but you could even mix the wintergreen and the marjoram together, or just do wintergreen by themselves. I mean, you can go crazy with the marjoram, but you seem to still be having them even with all of that. Yeah, so I was just trying to come up with a different way to kind of treat that a little bit. And I don't know if you were on yesterday, but there's the thing about rotating the helichrysum and the hyssop on the perineum. It will help open up the perineum, and it does take some tension out of the legs and out of the psoas. It wouldn't necessarily be a thing that I would use to treat like spasms, but it might help your situation a bit. It just will take tension out, so maybe you're a little bit less predisposed to the spasms.
Yeah, I'm already going to do that. And I must have gotten your psychic facts about the wintergreen because I just ordered some.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. I would say out of all the different areas in the body, the two places that are the hardest to unwind are the psoas and the hamstrings. They're just, man, they can just be stubborn. I'm speaking from personal experience too. They can be stubborn. And so just keep at it. Yeah. Like you just got to keep chipping away at that thing.
Okay. My other thing is I haven't been able to get out and run very much because it's been so hot here. It's been like 105 to 110 every day.
Crazy.
And so I've been going at night.
Uh-huh.
And it's still like around 98 to 100. Is there
nuts?
I've been going after dark with a headlamp.
Right.
So is there anything aside from vetiver you recommended me take vetiver and put under the ears by the jaw? Is there anything else that would help me deal with the heat better? Like I go out, I get one of those little like cool ties and soak it in water, and it like inflates with the little beads in it. And then I put it in the fridge. So I put like 2 of those on my neck. And I had been putting vetiver on and I just reordered some, but I'm out right now.
I mean, you could try sandalwood. I don't know if it's going to work as good as vetiver, but you could try it.
Okay.
I mean, it is for like, it would disperse some heat. You know what else you could try now that I'm saying that? Helichrysum, Gordaldo, milfoil, any of those things that help invoke like perspiration. That might help cool you down, actually.
And would I put it on, would I put those on the same spot?
Yeah, same spots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anywhere
And
else on
that's
the
still
body?
still crazy hot at night.
Oh, we're breaking all kinds of records down here.
Just crazy. Huh. And then, you know, obviously just make sure you're staying hydrated, you know, just because of the cramping and everything. And if you're running and you're dealing with a lot of perspiration and stuff like that, the thing that I like the helichrysum for is, you know, with that kind of heat, you could be prone to skin congestion, and it would help to diminish that. But also, if you have some Schizandra, take some at night before you go to bed, just so it keeps the body from it will help your body utilize the water that's in the body so that you don't get dehydrated or run down, or, you know, the blood gets real viscous, any of that.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you don't have it, it's okay. But like, just if you have it, use it.
I think I have some.
Yeah. Yeah. I would imagine you have some. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
You're so welcome. And then if it doesn't work, let me know. We'll try to come up with something else.
Awesome. I just ordered some vetiver too, so it's on its
Okay.
way. But yeah, I'll let you know on Tuesday.
And then go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Okay, so I had told you before I had blood pressure issues, and I lost my 40 pounds and drink a lot of water and take good care of myself, and it's great. Is there anything just for even better daily maintenance?
It was high or low blood pressure?
It was high. I was on
High.
4 meds and lost the weight and got off of them because they were starting.
What kind of blood pressure are we talking about? Like, what's the numbers?
Now I haven't taken it for a while, but it's 120 to 140 over 80 to 85,
Yeah,
whatever.
that's actually
It's
pretty good. I you know what I would probably do is I would use lemon for maintenance. Yeah.
Regular lemon.
Yeah, just do like 3-4 drops a day, even up to 5 drops a day of lemon. And you know, you're in numbers that are pretty good. If you were higher, we'd have to be a lot more aggressive with it. But where you're at, I think that's probably pretty okay.
That makes me happy because I like lemon. So
Yeah.
good deal. Okay, I got my case of it here. I ended up getting a huge bottle. So,
Oh, good. Yeah.
thank you.
You're so
And
welcome.
wonderful class. Oh my
Oh,
God.
good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
I learned so much. Yay. Thank you again.
So you mentioned that Paracelsus has wormwood. We have the recipe as absinthium, apopanox, African bluegrass, mastic, and Palo Santo.
I've actually changed the formula. Wormwood, Papanox, and Buddha wood.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, gotta. Yeah, that is the old formula.
Great class, thank you. As I was lowering over a top edge to reach at the bottom, I was doing a little dumpster diving at lunch as I was levering over the top edge to reach in the bottom. The rib left side floating cracked with sound and hurts when I cough. I applied marjoram and helichrysum.
Helichrysum would be, yeah, marjoram is good, but, and then also inhale a lot of tarragon. Yeah.
Still somewhat uncomfortable, and any thoughts? The
Yeah,
tarragon would be
yeah,
that big thing.
tarragon, but lots of helichrysum.
Can Greg speak about vetiver?
What in particular?
I guess I just wanted to know what it was really good for, Greg. This is
Um,
Denise.
Hey, so it's a natural body relaxant, you know, a muscle relaxer. It's very grounding. It's also known as the oil of tranquility. So it's very calming, very soothing, very peaceful. It increases circulation, but it does it in a way that's cooling rather than warming things up. It's stimulating to the immune system, but in a way that's very soft and gentle. So even with people with autoimmune issues, it's a super good oil to use.
Can it be taken both internally and?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could take it any of the ways. Yeah, like it's very calming, very soothing.
Excellent. Thank you.
And very grounding. Like one of the things that it does is like it helps you bring energy down and ground it, not just into the basic chakra, but down into your feet. Like
Wow.
it helps you to bring energy down. So I used to use it a lot, like after meditation, to get like fully back in my body. So it's very strengthening to the basic chakra. You could use it for the arms and legs. Good for muscle imbalances. Yeah.
Does it fortify anything like, or
It's fortifying to the body as a whole. I don't know that it fortifies any particular system quite super good, but
Okay.
it's kind of fortifying. Yeah.
maybe quieting the nerves is fortifying enough?
Well, quieting the emotions, quieting the mind, you know, quieting
Yeah.
the nerves. Like it is one of the things you could use to quiet down overstimulated sensory nerves. It does help the thalamus, which is a processing center in the brain, not get overwhelmed, overstimulated. So
Thank you. That's
you're
excellent.
so welcome.
Always a great class, thank you.
Mhm.
What oil balances both sides of the brain?
Cistus. Yeah. Actually, we're sitting here talking about vetiver. Vetiver does it to a certain degree as well, but kind of the go-to one is cistus.
For the rib, inhale, apply internal with the helichrysum and tarragon.
Oh, you gotta be dumping it on that rib. Yeah,
Physically,
physically dumping it on the rib. Yeah.
for both things, the helichrysum and the tarragon.
Helichrysum and marjoram, you could rotate on that rib. The tarragon, you could take a couple drops internal, but inhale a bunch with the tarragon or for a while. Yeah.
What would stop bleeding from a cut?
Yarrow, German chamomile, dark blue tansy, helichrysum, milfoil, any of those can be very good. Okay, you guys. Well, thanks for a great weekend and thanks for hanging out. Next week, another free class. We're doing Angel Essentials. And so this would be set up for working with any sort of angelic energy and what it does for healing and your physiology and your psyche. So join us if you can. Again, it's a free weekend, and hope to see you either Tuesday or Wednesday. So we'll be doing a follow-up study group Wednesday night for this class. We'll answer whatever questions, but we'll do that process that we did in the morning. We'll do it again Wednesday night to practice. So.
Any suggestions for a salt bath? I'm just kidding.
Get Samantha work on her stand-up comedy routine.
He's got some jokes lately.
Yeah. So.
Thank you, Greg and Sam.
Yeah, thank you, you guys.